wasn't enough. The Health and Security Levy has made everything more expensive, adding an additional 2.5% to the cost of goods and services. Bus fares have gone up, bread costs more, electricity, water, food, internet, even your mobile credit, it all costs more. For many St. Lucians, their paychecks don't stretch like they used to. Meanwhile, the government has reduced subsidies on flour, making basic necessities harder to afford. And while they raise prices on you, they've removed 700 people from the public assistance list, leaving our most vulnerable families with no support. St. Lucia is paying the price for a government that refuses to care. How much more can we take? How many more sacrifices must we make while they mismanage our country's finances? It's time to fight back, to stand up for our families, our future, and our country. No more excuses, no more broken promises. We can't afford to stay silent. The high cost of living is suffocating us, but together we can make our voices heard. St. Lucia deserves better. Pierre Pabo.
Senator Lisa Joahir, who also serves as the communications director for the St. Lucia Labour Party, continues to blatantly lie and deceive St. Lucians. In a recent press brief, the SLP spokeswoman tried to deny that St. Lucia's agriculture sector declined by 17% in 2023. These are the facts according to the 2023 Social and Economic Review, a document prepared by the Ministry of Finance. On page 32, the opening paragraph reads, "Based on preliminary estimates, the agriculture sector's real value added declined by 17% in 2023. It went further on pages 33 to 38 to highlight the decline in the various agriculture subsectors. Fishing production declined by 4.6%. Livestock production declined by 17.3%. Chicken production declined by 11.7%. Pork production declined by 41.6%. Egg production declined by 7.8%. Banana production declined by 45.5%. Non-banana crops declined by 17.3%. And regional exports of bananas declined by 54%. The future of St. Lucia's food security is in jeopardy under Labour. The UWP has a plan and is ready to right the wrongs of this reckless SLP administration. Our farmers and fisher folk deserve better. Lisa, Prosper, and Philippe Pabo.
At a recent briefing, Prime Minister Philippe Pierre claimed that the custody suites project has been delayed due to bathroom sinks and toilets breaking during shipment. Not just once, but twice.
There were a series of unfortunate events. Number one, there was
estimated to cost 1.5 million. Somehow, that budget tripled to 4.5 million. And now there are reports that the costs have spiraled even higher. With every delay and excuse, taxpayers are forced to bear the burden of rising costs, while the government dodges accountability. Why isn't Prime Minister Pierre giving the people the truth about what's really causing the delays and escalating the costs? St. Lucia deserves a leader who takes responsibility, not one who resorts to dubious excuses. Our country demands transparency and honesty, not stories that simply don't hold water.
In 2019, the Alan Chasney-led United Workers' Party took decisive action to address the healthcare challenges faced by St. Lucians. The UWP secured a US $20 million loan from the World Bank under the Health Systems Strengthening Project. Out of this loan, US $5.5 million was specifically allocated to establish the framework for a national health insurance program. Under this initiative, every St. Lucian would have received up to $75,000 in healthcare coverage on an annual basis, making healthcare more accessible, equitable, and affordable for all. An advisory board of experts, including Dr. Stephen King and Dr. Merle Clark, was assembled to design the framework for this transformative program. However, when the Philip J. Pierre administration took office, they chose to abandon this initiative. Why? Simply because it was started by the United Workers' Party. The consequences of this decision are devastating. Families continue to struggle with medical expenses, hospitals remain overwhelmed, and St. Lucians are left without the healthcare safety net they were excitedly expecting. Where is the accountability? Where is the vision? We would not be facing the current health crisis if the NHI program had been implemented. The National Health Insurance Program was never about politics. It was about people. It would ensure every St. Lucian had access to the care they deserve. Let's set the record straight. The health of our nation should never be sacrificed for politics. It's time to demand a healthcare system that St. Lucians deserve. Labor, Pabo.
On October 20th, 2024, at the SLP's Conference of Delegates in Vieux-Fort, Prime Minister Philip J. Pierre made a desperate attempt to rewrite history.
You will remember that the United Workers' Party only gives COVID support to NIC contributors.
This claim is absolutely false. The truth? In July 2020, under the UWP administration, 5,000 St. Lucians who were non-contributors of NIC received $500 per month for 3 months to help them survive the pandemic. Prime Minister Pierre knows the facts, yet he chose to lie to the nation. Why? To mislead and divide. St. Lucia deserves a leader who values integrity, one who speaks the truth, not one who tries to twist it. Pierre Pabo, we need real leadership, not deception. Youth and Sports Minister Kenson Casimir and Alfred Homecoming in September. According to Finisterre, one official who wished to remain anonymous told him that the disruption in instruction occasioned by the week of activities, including school rallies and a holiday, in addition to the resources that went into planning the festivities, were all a factor in deciding to cull sports. It is therefore disingenuous and a blatant lie on the part of Minister Casimir to accuse the UWP of fabricating this issue when it was first brought to light by his truth. St. Lucia deserves a government that values youth empowerment, not one that sidelines it. Kenson Pabo.
Are you ready to make a difference? Join the movement that aims to make St. Lucia the best place to live, work, visit, and invest. The United Workers' Party is a team of forward thinkers, visionaries, passionate and caring citizens just like you. Together, we can create a brighter future, create safer communities, lower taxes, improve healthcare, and create more opportunities for all.
has developed 3 villas in Union Hilltop. He is now in the process of constructing another development in Cap Estate, this time with 5 properties. What makes this transaction suspicious is that Casimir made a $100,000 cash deposit on the property. The total cost of the property is about $273,000. Compounding the situation is that a contractor, who is also a political financier of Casimir, is the one developing the minister's newly acquired Cap Estate property. This same contractor was awarded a multi-million-dollar contract for rehabilitation work done on the Darren Sammy cricket ground in preparation for World Cup cricket, as well as numerous other contracts in the constituency of Gros Islet. The allegations being leveled against the minister is that he has received kickbacks from the contractor for the Cap Estate development in return for the awarding of multi-million-dollar contracts around the constituency. Has Casimir filed these developments with the Integrity Commission? Prime Minister Philippe Pierre claimed that he would have a zero tolerance for corruption in his cabinet, although he has ignored numerous glaring examples of corruption amongst his cabinet colleagues. Will this be another situation that Philippe Pierre blindly ignores? St. Lucians deserve answers. Kingston and Philippe Pierre, Pabo.
The United Workers' Party reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the health and well-being of every St. Lucian. When re-elected, we will reinstate the National Health Insurance NHI program, a vital initiative that was regrettably abandoned by the St. Lucia Labour Party, the SLP. This decision by the SLP has left thousands of St. Lucians vulnerable with limited access to affordable quality health care. The United Workers' Party will correct this injustice because we believe that health care is not a privilege, it is a fundamental human right that every citizen is entitled to. The National Health Insurance Program was designed to create a comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable healthcare system that ensures no.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the United Workers' Party annual Sunday Live. My name is Joshua Andrew, President of the United Youth Arm, and this afternoon I'm here just to interview a few persons as we prepare for our live. It's still early, so we have persons trickling in, and so we're going to just hear from a few persons here in the crowd. So Doris, can you tell me about your candidate for Castries East? What do you think about him?
Good afternoon, everybody. My candidate is a man of integrity and honesty. He is definitely a true powerhouse of intelligence and vision. He genuinely cares about the people he serves and is committed to making a difference. So a vote for Chico is a vote for change, progress, and forward momentum.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. We have a new parliamentary rep coming for Castries East, and we continue trying to get a few persons who are not shy to speak to the camera. Good afternoon, Alison.
Good afternoon.
The wonderful Alison. How are you doing today?
Good.
Oh, I love your lipstick. Can you have a conversation with me, please? So, Alison, tell me some of the things you think that needs an urgent change right now in this country.
Oh boy, there are so many, Joshua. So many. Let's focus on the crime for a bit. The crime is like out of control. We have never seen the level of crime that is taking place in the country at this present time. It's like multiple killings, mass killings, and we need to change that. And I believe with UWP forming the next government, we will get that done with the plans and policies from the leader himself, Mr. Chasney. I know he has laid out a good plan from 2021, and I believe that plan should be injected in the economy to help fight the crime. Yeah.
Anything else you want to say, or that's it for today?
That's it for today for now. We have other days coming up, Joshua, and we're going to speak.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen, from the very vocal, very powerful Miss Allison. So we're moving around, we're continuing. I see a gentleman here from Gros Islet. He's been a little shy today. But we're moving around the crowd. We're going to get feedback from as many persons as possible. The United Workers' Party, I must say, is set to win the next election. And it's important that we stay unified, we stay together, and we continue to do what is required to rescue our country. So we're moving along. Good afternoon, how are you doing? She's a bit shy. So I see a gentleman over there. He looks very interested in commenting and giving a few words this afternoon. So we're going to go over to him. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing? You doing well? I'm doing well myself. So can you tell me what's exciting you this election about the United Workers' Party?
What excited me for this election at coming soon? I'm so happy that my rep will win that election. That's Guy Joseph, right? And I'm excited to see everybody in this election to follow us. That's what I am happy about today. And come here by Miss Johnson, I know for sure she go have that victory in for Gros Islet. Please, thank you.
So you heard it from the gentleman himself. He's here to support his rep, Mr. Guy Joseph, who I saw somewhere around, and he's happy to support Miss Marcella Johnson this afternoon. And we wish all of them, all of our candidates, the very best in the upcoming election. We know they're on the ground, we know they're working hard, and we know they're doing what is required to bring back St. Lucia, bring it back to the United Workers' Party. So we're going to get a few more interviews over here. I see Mr. Stanley, who's standing right here with me. Mr. Stanley, how are you doing? Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm doing great.
Can you tell me a bit about your parliamentary rep and what you love about her?
I have known Marcella Johnson for quite a while. She was actually one of my former bankers. And she been very precise as to what she really wanted in life. And she's someone who will really pursue things and stuff like that. And I know for sure that she does have a big case on her hand and that she's going to obviously, get over it, whereas she's going to whip this guy, Kenson, because obviously there is a big situation whereas, people are asking questions and Kenson doesn't have any answer. And it's really a shame that, a sitting MP, a member of parliament, and a representative of this area that I live in, Gros Islet, could come on the media and say to the public, the general public, that, he has a mentor that he loves, this guy, who everybody knows who is a dodgy kind of person. So it's really a case where she has to come in and make herself asserted, because I think Marcella Johnson is a genuine perspective candidate, and I think she's going to win, hands on.
Thank you very much, Stanley. And it's very good to hear from you this afternoon. I know you're always at the events, always supporting, and we thank you for your support. So, how are you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Move the Chris. Don't let them see.
Come with me. Yes. Miss Edna, we will come to you next. I know Miss Edna has quite a few things to say. So this afternoon, tell me what you think about the United Workers' Party.
The United Workers' Party, we all the way to Calvary. I'm here to support Marcella, but I'm a co-founder of Babonot, Titus Preville, all the way. Don't mind the blue. Fake.
Thank you very much. And you heard it from her. She's here to support her candidate, Marcella Johnson, and Mr. Titus Preville. We want to hear from Miss Enda. Miss Enda, I know you've been eager to say something on the mic. Miss Edna has been in politics probably before my parents were born.
You know.
And she's been a strong supporter of the United Workers'
And the last
Party.
one remaining, all my people left already.
So, Miss Edna,
yes,
tell me
my
about
darling.
your candidate. Tell me about the United Workers' Party. How are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling very good, and Marcella will make it.
Very good, and Marcella will make it.
Yeah, because I'm praying for her, I'm praying for Flambeau, I'm praying for Alan. I'm burning my candle for them, praying for them. We will make it.
That's excellent.
Light Marcella.
Excellent, Miss Edna. Excellent. And we know the importance of prayers.
Yeah.
We are a praying party, and we make sure that we put God first in everything that we do.
Always, always. That's why I tell you, I'm praying for them. Because I always put God first in everything I do. My birthday and everything, I put God first.
All right, Miss Edna. Thank you very much. So you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Both the young and the old are here this afternoon to support the United Workers' Party. And I'm going to have a conversation with this gentleman here. Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
I'm good, thanks.
Can you tell me which constituency you're from?
Soufrière.
Ah, Soufrière. So you're supporting Mr. Herod.
Definitely.
Can you tell me about your candidate? What you think about Soufrière at this time?
I don't have much to say because the man has proven himself. He has proven himself to be one of the best. And since he lost the last election, progress has been stopped in Soufrière. We have no way forward. We just on the high seas, in the rough seas, just rolling and nowhere to go. We have to bring him back.
I heard a young man say that between Columbus coming to St. Lucia and now, Mr. Herod has done the most for Soufrière.
Oh, yeah.
What do you think about that?
That is so true, yeah. That's so true. Who have not come to Soufrière via his tenure, it has missed a lot. So the man has developed Soufrière to the T.
And it's evident the work that he's done. We can see the transformation in Soufrière. We can see the lives that he's been able to impact. The young people, old people, everyone would have benefited from the work, the policies of Mr. Herod Stanislas.
So true, so true. And no discrimination.
No discrimination.
Everybody.
He's somebody who has always assisted whoever you are, whether you Flabo, whether you Labour, whether you in between, he's always assisted.
With a good heart, a man with a good heart.
With a good heart. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard it from Soufrière.
Back to that, we can get back to normalcy. Yeah.
Yes, and we're confident Mr. Stanislas will get back into power.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. So, we continue moving around. You want to say something on the mic? How are you doing, sir? Let's face the camera. So what's your name, sir?
Randall Paul.
Which constituency are you from?
Castry South.
Castry South. So you're here to support Mr. Tommy Descartes.
Yeah.
Tell me what you think about Tommy.
I think he will work for Castry South, and we're tired of Healer. We want Healer to go. That's Healer's time.
Right, it's Healer's time.
Give Tommy his time. That's Healer's time.
I like that as a phrase. Give Tommy his time. Healer has done his time. And you heard it from this young man this afternoon. Thank you very much for coming out to support the United Workers' Party. Yes, we retire in Healer. Would you like to say a few words? Good afternoon. How are you doing? I see your shirt is clearly representing my political leader. Can you say a few words about our political leader this afternoon?
I'm Marcella Johnson.
Or anybody.
I can say about my rep,
Talk about
Mr. Chasney. Mr. Chasney is from the Micoud South. We support Mr. Chasney all the way, 100%, because we have to give him all the support for the United Workers' Party for Micoud South.
That's definitely correct. And this afternoon, I think I saw a video of a red motorcade coming out of Micoud South, and I could count the number of vehicles on one hand. I was ashamed for the labourers in that constituency. You have anything to say?
No matter what, how many vehicles you see for the Micoud, for Miss Harrison, when it comes to the vote, it's the numbers of people that counting in the vote for election. So I doesn't care if she have a lot of vehicles, but the amount of people for election is better for the counting of numbers at the electoral poll.
Thank you very much. And you heard it this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, representation from Mickle South. How you doing? My friend, she has to give me a big hug. How you doing?
You okay?
Yes, I'm all right.
Marcella, all the way. My name is Teresa Saint Thomas from Rivière-Mijan.
All right, Miss Sentoma. Always a lady full of energy. And can you tell me what you think about some of the policies that our party has put in place? I know we have some benefits coming for our farmers. I think you would have heard about the 7-point plan. Can you tell me a bit about it?
Let me tell you, you see everything our Rep. Prime Minister Alan Michael Chassenay, all what he put the plan, we agree with that. Because I myself don't have money when I go to the hospital. But the $75,000 that we're waiting for it, by the grace of God, he will win the election. You understand? He will win, and he have to win.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen, and healthcare insurance is something that is very important for us in St. Lucia, for our development, and for us to be able to progress and move forward. We need to be tired of people always needing to do barbecues and that sort of thing. So we're going to a break, and after the break, when we come back, we're going to hear from a few more persons. Just a short intermission. Please stay with us.
Every trip to the gas station has become a burden. For 4 long years, St. Lucians have paid more than they should, draining pockets, raising prices on everything from groceries to bus fares. The United Workers' Party says enough is enough. Within the first 30 days, we'll reduce fuel prices, bringing real relief to families, drivers, and businesses. Because a break at the pump is a break for every St. Lucia. Save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
Too many guns are slipping in.
The United Workers' Party will remove it from day one. No more broken promises. That means more money in your pocket, lower prices at the store, and relief for every St. Lucian. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right that wrong.
Country. Too many families live with fear. The United Workers' Party will put a stop to it. We will reintroduce strong border control and expand the canine unit. More trained dogs, more patrols, more protection. Every weapon stopped at the border is a life saved. Every bullet intercepted is a community kept safe. This is about defending our home, protecting our children, and restoring peace to St. Lucia. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
The United Workers' Party will remove it from day one. No more broken promises. That means more money in your pocket, lower prices at the store, and relief for every St. Lucian. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right that wrong.
For years, families in the South have been forced to pay for dam dredging at the John Compton Dam, even though they don't receive a drop of water from it. That injustice ends when the United Workers' Party returns.
Good evening, St. Lucia, and a warm welcome to you. We are broadcasting here from the constituency of Gros Islet. So let me say welcome to our Sunday Live all the way in Gros Islet. And you know in Gros Islet, when Marcella wins, we all win. So let me say a warm welcome to our viewers who are right here, opposite Harbour Club, all the way up in Gros Islet, and to some of you who are viewing us in the diaspora, some of you at home watching us on television, we welcome you to our pre-Sunday Live show. We're going to call it Election Conversation 2025. Bienvenue tout Dieu cette ici. Quand ouais, moi ni wab Creole moi, et puis mois octobre nous ca célébrer Creole Heritage Month. Nous ca célébrer
héritage créole. Ça nous content, ça nous ka manger, ça nous ka parler. Et puis en partisan flambeau, nous content créole, nous content héritage créole nous. So soir, nous pas parler anglais tout seul, mais nous ka parler aussi en langue maman nous qui c'est patois. Our slate of candidates for the United Workers' Party is diverse, dynamic, and relatable. And during this 10-minute chat with you, the voter, you will get to know our candidates a little bit better. You will get to know their story, their passion, and their vision for St. Lucia. This election is the most pivotal general election in our nation's history. Over the next few weeks, we know the political atmosphere will intensify, the rallies will get louder, and the rhetoric will get sharper. But beyond the excitement and the campaign color, this is a moment for reflection, for each of us to listen, to question, and to decide what kind of leadership do we want for our future. Tonight, we speak directly with those seeking to lead, the candidates and the vision shapers beyond the platform. Oswea Saint-Lucie, nous kay parler et puis candidat nous qui ka monter pour élection by partisan flambeau. Ou kay tan qui sa yoni pour offert Saint-Lucie. Ou kay tan qui vision yoni pour constituency yo. Ou kay tan qui sa yoni pour dire et puis pour qui raison yo kay mando pour voter by yo. Our aim is to go beyond slogans and soundbites, to uncover the real issues that affect you. Jobs, the cost of living, safety, education, and healthcare. So stay tuned as we bring you frank, open, and respectful conversations with the men and women asking for your vote. Can you feel it, St. Lucia? Can you feel the excitement, the heartbeat of a nation ready for change? We are just maybe weeks or months away from a general election, an election that will shape the future of our beloved country. Your voices are loud and the people are ready to be heard. Tonight, we turn up the volume on the issues that matter most. Tonight, we seek ways to right the wrongs and a better life for every St. Lucia. This is not just politics. This is about you, the people, and the power of your choice. And so we begin right here with a man who knows about service and community, a man who has served this country as a parliamentary representative for over 15 years, and a man who currently serves as the deputy political leader of this party and is also the candidate running and vying for the constituency of Castries Southeast. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and help me welcome our deputy political leader, Mr. Guy Joseph. Good evening, Guy.
Good evening, Nancy. And good evening to all our viewers and listeners in the diaspora, those who are following us online. It's a pleasure to be in this conversation with you tonight. Mwen vle di bonsoir Saint-Lucie, bonsoir Castries Southeast. C'est un plaisir pour moi adresser une des questions au soir qu'on nous a préparé pour Sunday Live nous avec Marcella. Avec Conratan, Marcella wins, we win.
So, Guy, let me ask you the first question, because you are in the constituency of Gros Islet, and we have a phenomenal woman in Marcella Johnson who's vying for this constituency. What is your message to the people of Gros Islet and by extension to the people of St. Lucia when it comes to Marcella Johnson?
I think Marcella has an impeccable track record of a woman of substance and a woman of accomplishment and achievements. You know, I got to know Marcella many years ago as a banker. I don't think I was in the political arena yet, and I don't think Marcella ever dreamt of being in the political arena. But I found somebody at a bank that you could relate to. Somebody who understood the plight of the average small St. Lucian business person. And in my interactions with her, I found Marcella to be very accommodating, very understanding, and a facilitator of people in St. Lucia who wanted to do business with the bank, knowing that the bank she was working with was not a local bank, but a foreign-owned bank. And she really put St. Lucians ahead in many ways. I was one of the persons who benefited in dealing with her as an officer at the bank.
So, Guy, you are describing the lady that I have been hearing about as I go through the constituency of Gros Islet. It looks like Marcella has remained true and genuine to who she had been and to who she is now, and she is the same Marcella Johnson. How do you think the people of Gros Islet will benefit from such a woman?
So, let me tell you, I operated a business in Bella Rosa and in Gros Islet town during the time I interacted with Marcella. So when people talk about persons of achievement and accomplishment, when Marcella was building her house in Cap Estate, I was in the trucking business and I transported material for Marcella way back. So when people want to make allegations, the problem I have with Labour Party, Nancy, is that once a St. Lucian has become successful, Labour Party makes it look like a crime for an ordinary St. Lucian to rise through the ranks and become successful. And that is what I admire about Marcella. Having come from humble beginnings and being successful herself. So I will tell you, when I first met her, she lives somewhere after Waterworks Road going up to Bocage.
Okay.
So that is how far back I knew her. But at the time, she was building up in Cap Estate. So I saw a person, a woman, who was determined to succeed, even if the odds were stacked against her. What this tells me about Gros Islet and her representation for Gros Islet is that she can represent the entire spectrum of persons in Gros Islet, from those at the lower end to those at the higher end, because Gros Islet is one of the most diverse constituencies in St. Lucia, having people at all different levels. And that is what I admire about Marcella, her ability to relate to the man on the ground or the manager who sits in the highest office in St. Lucia.
In that case, Guy, I have to say that Marcella's theme for her campaign is very appropriate, because her theme is, when Marcella wins, we all win. But let's go to you now. And as I said earlier, you have represented the constituency of Castries Southeast for 15 years. You were the parliamentary representative. And in the 2021 elections, when you run for a fourth term, the people decided to give somebody else a try. What is it that inspired you after serving for 15 years and the people decided to give somebody else a try, and you are back? Somebody would say, well, Guy, it's time to move on and let somebody else run the seat. What do you have to say to that?
I was more than willing to move back and give somebody else a chance. So in the political arena, and we need to put things in perspective. So I represented the constituency for 5 years in government. During one of the worst periods of the global financial crisis, between 2008, the election was in 2006. The UWP went through a certain level of turmoil during that time with the passing of Sir John and Stephenson King taking over the realm of Prime Minister. And we had we struggled. But I was still able to achieve quite a bit for Castries Southeast. Then we lost the elections in 2011. So I found myself in opposition. And I've said to people, Labour has a special dislike or hatred for Castries Southeast. So they did absolutely nothing for the constituency during those 5 years in opposition. And then we won again in 2016. And I was able to maybe double what I did between 2006 to 2011.
So it felt like starting afresh.
Yes, it felt like starting afresh, but more so, a lot of the things we had started. So I'll give you an example. The Bexon Park, Bexon Valley Park, which is right on the main Bexon Highway at the Mac Junction. We needed $35,000 to finish that project. I went to Dr. Anthony several times. The Taiwanese were allocating $1 million per constituency. And for 5 years, that park sat there. I said, you don't have to give anybody the money, just the toilet installation, the electricals. And they did not touch it for 5 years. We had started a multi-purpose court in Saro. They cut out the steel. The foundation was in the ground. Everything stayed there. It had to take me coming back in 2016 to finish both of these projects.
So are you telling me that the reason you're coming back is that you have a lot of unfinished projects in the constituency?
We have too many unfinished projects.
Can you tell me maybe just one or two of them?
We have the Bexon Market. We have the community center in Bexon. You have that community center that is built to to facilitate activities that can host 1,000 people.
Is that the biggest community center that I heard the Labour Party talking about that has the most toilet facilities?
Yes, they said it has too many toilets. They wouldn't open it. I think Labour Party has an issue with toilets.
Can you give us the rationale for building such a huge facility in Bexon?
So you look at the population growth. If you take from Dennery, Ancillary, all of Jacmel, Montciso, coming to the Morn Forest here, all Bexon environs, think of it. Castries Southeast is the second largest constituency geographically and population-wise. So we are bigger than Gros Islet geographically.
Really? Okay.
But Choiseul is bigger than us geographically. But we are bigger we have a higher population than Choiseul, and Gros Islet has a higher population than we do.
Okay.
So if you come from Castries, there was nothing on this side of Castries where you can host any major event or activity. So the idea was we have groups like Chekapesh, we have top gospel singers, Shirley Cyril and others. You have a lot of performers in this constituency, but we don't have a public building to host any event. We have to try and get access to the cultural center, the Castries Comprehensive School auditorium or something. So the idea was create a center within the constituency that would be a hub of activity. So if you wanted to have a calypso show, if you wanted to have a gospel concert, if Czech Campeche wanted to host something, if the United Workers' Party or the Labour Party wanted to host a major event for 1,000 people, then you had a facility with sufficient car parks. There are 200 parking lots available in the yard of that facility.
So, Guy, I know we don't have a long time for our interview, but I really wanted you to touch on your vision for the constituency and the people of Castries Southeast if you are elected in the next general election.
When I am elected in the next election.
My bad. Correction. When you become the next parliamentary representative for Castries Southeast.
So let me give you something for the youth, for example. While I was parliamentary rep for these 15 years, I sponsored about 300 children to attend Sir Arthur over the 15-year period. When we lost the elections in 2021, a number of students I had paid the first year for had to drop out of school. And how did we get there, Nancy? When I became the parliamentary rep, I saw so many young people coming to me for jobs. Can you help me find a job? They have 7, 8 subjects. And I'm asking, why didn't you attend SAFA? My parents could not afford, was the response that I got. So what I did was I started a program of sponsoring children to be able to attend SAFA. That is why I am proud of the United Workers' Party making Sir Arthur Lewis tuition free for all the young people of St. Lucia, because that was one of the major shortcomings from the demise of the banana industry. Being predominantly an agricultural-based community, the children of these people who have the qualifications could not make it through Sir Arthur because their parents could not afford. So when you tell me about young people, yeah, we can have the FET and we can have the jump up and these things, but I believe in what Sir Arthur Lewis said. Sir Arthur Lewis said, the cure for poverty is not money, but knowledge. And Nancy, I want the young people, especially in Castries Southeast, to understand. Sir Arthur Lewis Community College is located in Castries Southeast. And there should be no young person who desires to attend Sir Arthur and meets the qualification who should be deprived because of the financial situation in their family.
So we are very happy. We are very happy that the United Workers' Party has made a policy decision to ensure that all young persons who qualify to attend Sir Arthur Lewis will be given free tuition at Sir Arthur Lewis. My final question to you, because we have another candidate that I'm very excited to interview as well. My final question to you is, you are going up against a young lady, and in most instances, people say experience matters, but the youth is our future. How do you think you're going to be able to balance the campaign, seeing you are a seasoned politician and you're going up against a young, inexperienced, I should say, candidate?
So, before I answer your last question, I need to make one quick point because the young people are very important. We have seen a crime wave in Castries Southeast that we have never experienced before in the history of that constituency. You know, I've met with most of the young men on the blocks. We've spoken. And you see, just as you go to a driving school to get a driver's license, we are going to open an operating school in Castries Southeast, where the young men on the block will have first-hand experience in learning to operate heavy equipment, whether loader, backhoe, excavator, whatever skill they want to learn, we will make it possible for them to get a license and the qualifications that are required. That is to attempt to curb the crime situation that we see happening in St. Lucia. Now to your question about a young person. I entered the political arena about the age of 40. So I would have been just 3 years older than my opponent in her entry into the political arena. So here's what I would say to you. If you have appointed a CEO, a manager, a supervisor, or let's say a coach for a club, you engage them when they did not have too much experience. They've gained all the experience. They've gained the knowledge. They've performed. They've delivered your team to victory as a coach. They've made the best players out of people who had no potential. Would you change that coach?
Certainly not.
Would you say to that person, well, you have too much experience, let me go for somebody with less experience? So what I'm saying, Nancy, is we started a work in Castries Southeast. We were addressing the flooding problem. That has not been completed. So what we see happening is the constituency tried something. And the constituency themselves concluded that the trial was a failure. The Labour Party themselves decided that that was a failure, to the point where they even refused to allow him another term or another try. They have gone to somebody who I believe is worse than the previous parliamentary representative that he is replacing. And I've always said to people, time is a revealer of all things. And the information that is out there already, there are more questions than answers about the so-called young candidate of the St. Lucia Labour Party. Because you can be young in age, but you're not necessarily young in your thinking, in what you've done and what you've engaged in. You may have more experience than people who are twice your age in certain things. I will not go into what these things are, Nancy. What I will say to you, and what I will say to Castries Southeast, you know the representation that you got from me. You are the one who called on me. I did not go and put up myself to be the candidate again. The people of Castries Southeast said, we want Guy Joseph back to finish the work that he started. And that is why I answered the call of the people, and the support on the ground is evident that the people themselves realize that a mistake was made in the last election, and that mistake is going to be corrected in this election.
Well, thank you very much, Guy Joseph. There you have it, St. Lucia. You heard that it is not a good idea to toy with experimentation when it comes to your parliamentary representative. And you've heard from Guy Joseph that he is the right guy, the guy who's going to ensure change and who's going to fix the things that needs fixing in Castries Southeast. We will see you next week, Sunday, in his constituency. We will be broadcasting live again next week, Sunday, from Castries Southeast, and you will hear a lot more from Guy Joseph. So right now, we will take a break as we prepare to interview our second candidate. Stay tuned. We will be right back.
For years, families in the South have been forced to pay for dam dredging at the John Compton Dam, even though they don't receive a drop of water from it. That injustice ends when the United Workers' Party returns to office. We will remove the dam dredging fee for southern residents because you should never have to pay for a service you don't receive. Fairness, justice, respect for every St. Lucian, no matter where you live. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong. For years, families in the South have been forced to pay for dam dredging at the John Compton Dam, even though they don't receive a drop of water from it. That injustice ends when the United Workers' Party returns to office. We will remove the dam dredging fee for southern residents because you should never have to pay for a service you don't receive. Fairness, justice, respect for every St. Lucian, no matter where you live. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
St. Lucia, listen closely. The winds of change are calling. Our people deserve more than struggle. We deserve a future built on dignity, fairness, and hope. Universal health insurance, so no one is left behind. Free tertiary education, so every dream has a chance to soar. Lower fuel prices and removal of unfair levies, so families can breathe easier. Safer borders and stronger communities, so our children grow up free from fear. Pensions for banana farmers, so those who have fed us finally receive justice. And fairness for the South, no more paying for water you don't receive. This is not just a plan, it is a promise of renewal. Let us save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
The United Workers' Party reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the health and well-being of every St. Lucian. When re-elected, we will reinstate the National Health Insurance NHI program, a vital initiative that was regrettably abandoned by the St. Lucia Labour Party, the SLP. This decision by the SLP has left thousands of St. Lucians vulnerable with limited access to affordable, quality health care. The United Workers' Party will correct this injustice because we believe that health care is not a privilege, it is a fundamental human right that every citizen is entitled to. The National Health Insurance Program was designed to create a comprehensive, inclusive, and sustainable healthcare system that ensures no one is left behind or left out. And that is regardless of economic status. Under the leadership of the United Workers' Party, the NHI will be reinstated to provide the following benefits to St. Lucians. 1. Comprehensive health coverage. Every St. Lucian will have access to essential healthcare services, which includes doctor consultations, hospitalization, specialist care, diagnostic tests, maternity services, prescription medication, and emergency medical attention. No one will be denied care because of their inability to pay. Secondly, we'll reduce the financial burden. Too many families and individuals face the impossible choice between seeking medical care and meeting basic living expenses. The NHI will significantly reduce out-of-pocket expenses, making healthcare more affordable for all, especially for vulnerable groups like the elderly, children, low-income families, and single parents. 3. Timely and efficient medical attention. Long wait times and delayed treatments often result in worsened health outcomes. With the NHI, patients will receive timely care, preventing complications and reducing the strain on our already burdened healthcare system. Number 4, it will focus on preventative care. Preventative health care reduces long-term costs and improves quality of life. The NHI will cover preventative services such as routine checkups, screenings, immunizations, and health education programs to promote healthier lifestyles and reduce the prevalence of chronic lifestyle diseases. Number 5, strengthening the healthcare system. The NHI will provide the financial stability needed to upgrade medical facilities, invest in modern equipment, and improve the working conditions of healthcare professionals. This will enhance the overall quality of healthcare services across the island. And 6, peace of mind for all St. Lucians. Knowing that quality healthcare is always within reach and accessible provides a sense of security. Families will no longer live in fear of medical emergencies they cannot afford, and every child will have the opportunity to grow up healthy and strong. With the United Workers' Party, St. Lucians will certainly have a healthier future. The United Workers' Party has a proven track record of investing in St. Lucia's health sector, from improving hospital infrastructure to increasing the availability of medical resources. Our vision for St. Lucia includes a robust healthcare system where no citizen is left to suffer due to lack of accessibility or affordability. The abandonment of the NHI by the SLP was a betrayal of the people's trust, but under the United Workers' Party, we will restore this critical program because we believe in a St. Lucia where healthcare is accessible, affordable, and reliable for every citizen. When you vote for the United Workers' Party, you are voting for a healthier, stronger, and more secure St. Lucia. Your health is our priority, and we will deliver. A United Workers' Party government plans to change this situation. This crisis demands more than just words. It requires leadership action and solutions. As a government, we will take decisive steps to restore law and order, provide opportunities for our people, and take our communities back from crime and violence. We will do the following. 1, empowering our youth with after-school and weekend programs. We will introduce holistic after-school and weekend programs that keep our youth engaged in sports, music, technology, and vocational training, providing positive alternatives to crime and idleness. Number 2, creating more economic opportunities. Many of our young men turn to crime.
Welcome back, St. Lucia, and this is your host, Nancy Charles, as we host our pre-Sunday live interviews. Earlier on, you heard from the candidate for Castries Southeast and the deputy political leader of the United Workers' Party, Mr. Guy Joseph. Did I mention that this election is the most pivotal general election in our nation's history? St. Lucia, need I remind you that the decision you're about to make is going to determine the future of you and your children. In order to ensure that we have a secure and safe future for St. Lucians, the United Workers' Party has gone out to select the most formidable candidates to contest the upcoming general election. And I have with me another gentleman. He is vying for the constituency of Vieux-Fort North. He's a family man. He knows what it is to ensure safety and security because he's a former police officer. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Calix Kakal Xavier, who hails from the community of Mikud, but he currently resides and lives and is vying for the constituency of Vieux-Fort North. Mr. Xavier, or do you prefer me to call you Kakal? Which one is it?
Calix Kakal Xavier.
I think that's a very long name, and I'm not too sure if I can remember all of it. But I know everybody in St. Lucia knows you as Kakal the Calypsonian. So, Mr. Xavier, welcome to our Sunday Live pre-interview. How was the drive coming up from the south?
Well, I had a driver. I was resting.
Very, very, very good. That says to you, St. Lucia, he takes safety very, very serious. So, Kakal, you've been a police officer, but I know you personally because I am from the constituency of Beaufort North, and I know that you have been deeply involved in community activities for years, but I never saw you as becoming a politician. So tell us, what inspired you to take the step and dip not only your toes, I see you've jumped both feet into the water of the politics. What inspired you?
Well, just like you, Nancy, I didn't see myself here as a politician, but I had to make such a decision because during my law enforcement career, I saw a lot of things that was not going right in the community of Beaufort North and by extension St. Lucia. And it's evident that I sang about it, but as a police officer, there is so much that you can see and there is so much that you can do. So I was thinking, hey, what can I do to bring that change? When will somebody listen to me? When can I be involved in policy making? I was involved in the implementation of policies, but not forming policies to make things better, to create effective change in what's happening in St. Lucia. And when I got the opportunity, I ran for it.
True statesman that you are. So we're going to do a little bit of Creole because October is the month.
Oui, nous pour parler Creole.
So nous ni pour parler Creole. So dis just at least see, ou ka monter descend dans constituency, ou ka parler by moun. Qui qualité problème c'est mon ka de nous ni en constituency Beaufort North. Qui qualité bagay yo ka hele et ki yo ka do monsieur Xavier nous vlo wanger ces bagay ça là.
Moi ça dit les moi Beaufort North. You need tout qualité problème et puis infrastructure ça c'est chimé. You need problème et basic needs conclu courant lighting at the constituency là ni yon a c'est plus gros problème là c'est famine. Dans Beaufort North yote a famine constituency.
Well, nous still ka famine puis ou ça moi c'est un gros famine.
Mais ça na well là c'est pas en volume là yote ka fait avant. Yote ni en chay plus famine avant passer à présent. Et puis c'est femme a quitté pièce figure yo a quitté terre et puis Adam pas même ça pour faire. Et c'est ça qui te amène l'argent l'étable là, c'est ça qui te soin c'est maman là, c'est ça qui te bailler maman en l'argent pour bouillir manger, bailler famille. Et puis c'est ça qui te payer ti medical bills yo ba yo à l'hôpital. Et puis les figues mort et puis famine mort parce que c'est pas juste figues yo ka planter d'achine yo ka planter l'autre bail et ka fait animaux tout les yo pas ça fait ça ka affecter communauté because nous ne pouvons pas comme ça et c'est un bail qu'on rippling effect les yo même fait l'argent ça et que yo descend en ville Beaufort c'est yo qui ka plein ces supermarket là yo ka plein ces supermarket là yo ka passer en gas station là yo ka manger from ces vendors là yo ka boire de la bière et puis then yo ka prendre sac commission yo et yo ka monter là kayo.
So pensioner United Workers Party ka offert les nous gain l'autre élection dat qui toute femme qui te ka fait fig nous savions pas de payer NIS et puis gouvernement flambeau a dit ils sont crève-chez dat qui si femme ça c'est yo qui produit tout ça nous ni jodia yo qui insuit cette lycéen et puis yo pas ni rien adadi yo pas ça même gain commission qui qualité réponse ou ça joindre L'on parle avec ces femmes et qu'on présente yo et puis policy ça la United Workers Party qu'a présenté.
Ces femmes yo bien ni joité en chair pour tant qualité policy ça from United Workers Party. Et puis moi rejoindre et puis plusieurs femmes à Vieux-Fort North. Avant qu'à juste demander pour joindre moi encore ça qui peut côté joindre avec moi. Et puis moi qu'a fait yo ça et puis aussi ou oublier si ces femmes mort avec famille yo là toujours quand a one time payment. So moi still dire ça. Moi ka dire c'est bail ça.
Est-ce que vous appréciez ça?
Yo ka apprécier.
Eh bien, nous avons vu en anglais, et puis nous vision. What is your vision for the constituency of Vieux-Fort North? Now, I want you to bear in mind that I am a potential voter. And who knows, maybe I have not decided who I'm voting for. So you need to convince me, based on your vision, why should I vote for Kakal in this upcoming election?
Okay, first of all, I would like to let persons understand what Vieux-Fort North, what constituency Vieux-Fort North really is. Vieux-Fort North, back in its glory days, was an agricultural belt. And Vieux-Fort South used to depend on Vieux-Fort North for economic activity. On a weekend, you would find the farmers going down to Vieux-Fort and they would light up Vieux-Fort and have persons generate income. And that was sustainable because banana was. And today, as we speak, it is the opposite. So people from Vieux-Fort North now go down to Vieux-Fort South for a job because they can no longer access the farms. So my vision for Vieux-Fort North are in several forms, but one of the most prioritized one is farming. Okay. I believe we need to create a sustainable and a readily available market for the farmers. But before we can go there, we have to engage them. It's not like I'm coming to present something to you. Even if I have all the ideas, it has to be interactive. It has to be something that we decide that's the way forward. Too many times I see leaders just believe they're going to impose things on people. And sometimes the people may have some valid ideas that we could run with. Youth empowerment. I see the youth of Vieux-Fort North are being neglected. You look at the sporting facilities in Vieux-Fort North, the only one that's up to standard is the one you built.
And that is the Grace playing field.
That's
right?
the Grace playing field. Look at the Opicon playing field. It's in a mess. There are rocks. We went to the Moncayan playing field, and it was dashing planting on the field.
Oh, wow.
We went down this morning. I was on the VJ playing field, and it was in a deplorable condition. The Piero have no lights and the same thing. So I really want to stress on the proper maintenance of the sporting facilities because we want to bring our athletes with all that talent in Vieux-Fort North to a level where they meet international standards and they would be able to get their scholarships and venture out into the international realm.
Well, that is wonderful because I know as I go around the constituency, I see a vibe and I feel the energy of the young people supporting Kakal, and they tell me, nous ka vote by Kakal, nous voulons jeune homme, un moun ki ko pointe, un moun ki kay faire by bano. So I'm very pleased that you are thinking about the young people of the constituency. Tell us about the energy on the ground as you go around and the reception, because you know some people want to make it seem that this is Labour's territory, but I differ and I know I've been out a few times, and maybe you can explain to the general public the reception and the vibe and the energy on the ground for United Workers' Party in Vieux-Fort North.
Well, I must say the ground is energized. More than I've ever seen, the ground is energized. And persons are looking forward for a change. I feel that the cherry is ripe to pick. And one thing I want to always say to our listeners, that votes are not handed down through hereditary. We have critical fingers now, and we see the issues in Vieux-Fort North. And if we have given the Labour Party over 30 years of dedication, voting them in, and they have not performed, I think this is the time to vote them out and see the change that's about to come from Calix Kakal Xavier, from neglect to progress.
Well, you have my vote. I can certainly say to you, on election day, I, Nancy Charles, I will be voting for the United Workers' Party, and I will be voting for the candidate of choice, Mr. Calix Kakal Xavier. St. Lucia, there you have it. And something he said that stands out for me is that voting is not an inheritance. You, the young people of Vieux-Fort North, you have a choice to make. You have a decision to make. You have to decide what future you want, not only for your constituency, but for the country as a whole. St. Lucia, we are coming to the end of our pre-live interview. We only have so much time because we have to go to main stage, so you can hear from our candidates, you can hear some of the policies of the United Workers' Party, and so you can determine where your vote is going to be in this election. Thank you so much for being with me for this pre-live interview. Join me again next week Sunday. As I said, we will be in the constituency of Castries Southeast, and there is so much more to come. Thank you and have a good night. I'm out.
Malwat? Why them Lucians so make them this? Suipui, some 2.5% HCSL thing is a tax vibe. So what that have to do with people getting meg? But just now, to me them people paying VAT already. Exactly. The tax is calculated on the cost of goods. So one time the price go increase, Uma. The Lucians end up paying more than 15%. Mama! Gasa, just imagine $100 go buy less groceries. People getting poor. Things like rent and utility bills will also increase, Gasa. Real Malawi vibe? All them things the people doing to stay healthy, like gym, healthy eating, and safety and security, could be harder to get because people ain't have money. Partner, if them people ain't have enough money, they ain't go have leftover food for us to eat. The bins go be empty. Wow! Things real happening to them, Lucianzi. Look out for us again soon. We go show you all more.
Every trip to the gas station has become a burden. For 4 long years, St. Lucians have paid more than they should, draining pockets, raising prices on everything from groceries to bus fares. The United Workers' Party says enough is enough. Within the first 30 days, we'll reduce fuel prices, bringing real relief to families, drivers, and businesses. Because a break at the pump is a break for every St. Lucian. Save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
Too many guns are slipping into our country. Too many families live with fear. The United Workers' Party will put a stop to it. We will reintroduce strong border control and expand the canine unit. More trained dogs, more patrols, more protection. Every weapon stopped at the border is a life saved. Every bullet intercepted is a community kept safe. This is about defending our home, protecting our children, and restoring peace to St. Lucia. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
The United Workers' Party will remove it from day one. No more broken promises. That means more money in your pocket, lower prices at the store, and relief for every St. Lucian. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right that wrong.
For years, families in the South have been forced to pay for dam dredging at the John Compton Dam, even though they don't receive a drop of water from it. That injustice ends when the United Workers' Party returns to office. We will remove the dam dredging fee for Southern residents, because you should never have to pay for a service you don't receive. Fairness, justice, respect for every St. Lucian, no matter where you live. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong. For years,
St. Lucia is at a crossroads. Mismanagement, incompetence, and rising crime under the Philip J. Pierre administration have left us all struggling. But under Alan Chasney's leadership, our country flourished. Taxes were lowered, 17 health centers were upgraded, the OKE hospital opened, over $12 million in hospital bills were wiped clean, lifting a burden off of our people. Construction of the state-of-the-art St. Jude Hospital began. The forensic lab was reopened. Homicides were 25% lower than they are today. New schools were built, 30% of our roads rehabilitated, and sports facilities across the country received major upgrades, empowering our youth. He successfully led us through the COVID-19 pandemic, winning global recognition for St. Lucia's top care management. Alan Chasney, strong leadership to save our St. Lucia.
Life in St. Lucia has become unbearable. Every day, we feel the crushing weight of a government that's out of touch with the struggles of its people. They've collected millions in taxes on fuel, leaving us paying more for gasoline, cooking gas, kerosene, and diesel. And as if that wasn't enough, the Health and Security Levy has made everything more expensive, adding an additional 2.5% to the cost of goods and services. Bus fares have gone up, bread costs more, electricity, water, food, internet, even your mobile credit, it all costs more. For many St. Lucians, their paychecks don't stretch like they used to. Meanwhile, the government has reduced subsidies on flour, making basic necessities harder to afford. And while they raise prices on you, they've removed 700 people from the public assistance list, leaving our most vulnerable families with no support. St. Lucia is paying the price for a government that refuses to care. How much more can we take? How many more sacrifices must we make while they mismanage our country's finances? It's time to fight back, to stand up for our families, our future, and our country. No more excuses, no more broken promises. We can't afford to stay silent. The high cost of living is suffocating us, but together we can make our voices heard. St. Lucia deserves better. Pierre Pabo.
Senator Lisa Joa here, who also serves as the communications director for the St. Lucia Labour Party, continues to blatantly lie and deceive St. Lucians. In a recent press brief, the SLP spokeswoman tried to deny that St. Lucia's agriculture sector declined by 17% in 2023. These are the facts according to the 2023 Social and Economic Review, a document prepared by the Ministry of Finance. On page 32, the opening paragraph reads, "Based on preliminary estimates, the agriculture sector's real value added declined by 17% in 2023. It went further on pages 33 to 38 to highlight the decline in the various agriculture subsectors. Fishing production declined by 4.6%. Livestock production declined by 17.3%. Chicken production declined by 11.7%. Pork production declined by 41.6%. Egg production declined by 7.8%. banana production declined by 45.5%. Non-banana crops declined by 17.3%, and regional exports of bananas declined by 54%. The future of St. Lucia's food security is in jeopardy under Labour. The UWP has a plan and is ready to right the wrongs of this reckless SLP administration. Our farmers and fisher folk deserve better. Lisa, Prosper, and Philippe Pierre, pas bon.
At a recent briefing, Prime Minister Philippe Pierre claimed that the custody suites project has been delayed due to bathroom sinks and toilets breaking during shipment. Not just once, but twice.
There was a series of unfortunate events. Number one, there was supposed to have the toilets, the special toilets. They got broken. When in shipping. My information is they were sent back to all the new ones, and then the yellow ones came back and they sent back the same broken ones. So my information, you see, and a lot.
But here's the truth. The sinks and toilets designed for prison.
Karen, guten Abend, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, messieurs and bonsoir. Welcome to Flabo Sunday Live here in Gros Islet, and I am happy to see those of you who are here. Let me say a special welcome to those following on live stream, those around the country, and especially our loyal, committed friends in the diaspora. Welcome once again to Flabo Gros Islet version. Ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have you here. But we would like to see all of you in front here, because I have a light on the side there. I can see you over there. I can see in the dark over there. Come in front of me, let me see you. Because today, we are having a family affair, and it is going to be the biggest Flabo Live to date. Gros Islet has to bring about the biggest Flabo Live to date. Do you agree with me? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to ask all of you to put your phone on silent or on vibrate, because we are about to begin the action right now. And as you know, as you are aware, quand toujours qu'on la coutume, we start with our national anthem to demonstrate our national pride. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask those of you who are seated, please stand at attention for the national anthem. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please remain standing, because as usual, quand toujours qu'on la coutume, we always invoke the presence of the Lord in everything that we do. And as such, I will call on Mrs. Claudette Gilbert and Miss Minel. Well, Minel. Let me just say, so that you could be sure who we're dealing with here. That is Minel, our four-time Calypso monarch of St. Lucia, and they will lead us in prayer.
Sometimes I fall to my knees and pray. Come, Jesus, come. Let today be the day. Sometimes I feel like I'm gonna break, but I'm holding on to hope that won't fade. Come, Jesus, come. We've been waiting so long for for the day you return to heal every hurt and right every wrong. We need you right now. Come and turn this around. Deep down I know this world isn't home. Come, Jesus, come.
Let us pray. We want to thank you, Lord, for coming here. We want to thank you, O God, for journeying mercies of all the people that are here. We want to thank you for your grace and mercy and love. We want to thank you, O God. You are a great God. You knows everything. You know the thoughts of man and woman. You know our heart's desire. Our heart in St. Lucia for the situation that we have with our youth, especially our young men are dying. The carnage is continuing. And we do pray, oh Father God, that you will put a hand, oh Father. Oh God, I do pray, oh God, that you will save our young people. Come down. Okay, oh God, make your hands bare tonight, even now, oh God. Father, oh God, I do pray for this evening proceedings, Lord. I do pray, oh God, that you will be with each and every speaker, that you, oh Father, will stabilize our hearts, our minds, our conscience. Help us that we may deliver the message that you have given us tonight. I do pray, oh Father, you have said in your word that righteousness exalts a nation. Sin approach to a people. Lord, I do pray for the nation of St. Lucia. We will right the wrong in Jesus' name. Amen.
There'll be no war, and there'll be no chains. Come, Jesus, come. We've been waiting for the day you return to heal every hurt and right every wrong. We need you right now. Come and turn this around. Deep down I know this world isn't home. Come, Jesus, come. Come, Jesus, come. Come, Jesus, come. Come, Jesus, come.
Thank you very much, ladies. That was Mrs. Claudette Gilbert and our four-time Calypso monarch, Minel, who did the singing for you. Ladies and gentlemen, as we always called on the Lord, but let us not forget, this is a call to action because God helps those who help themselves. So you must take a stand, you must be part of that fight, and you must make that decision to make that change so that the better that we are looking for will come, so that we all, as one, will put our energies and effort together to right the wrong. And ladies and gentlemen, we expect our youth to be in the forefront of that struggle. We expect that the young people who will be the greatest beneficiaries of what it is that the United Workers' Party will bring to St. Lucia to save our St. Lucia. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to kick off our presentations tonight with a young lady who will come here to address you. I now call on Miss Jenna Taylor, who will hit the podium right now.
Thank you. Pleasant good evening to everyone. Thank you all for being here today. All for being here today. Not just to watch, but to witness something consequential. A movement, a vision, and a candidate that is ready to work for you and with you. Today, I stand before you to speak about a woman who embodies resilience, integrity, and dedication. And she is none other than Marcella Johnson. Marcella's journey was never an easy one. After her husband suddenly passed away, she became a single mother of 2 boys, raising them with strength, discipline, and love. Now, many of you here today know what it's like to sacrifice for your family, working hard every single day to make sure that your children could get opportunities you never had. She knows the first-hand struggles of the families in Gros Islet because she has walked in your shoes. She spent 25 years working in the banking sector. That's over 2 decades of listening, advising, solving problems, and assisting families and businesses build a future. And let me tell you something, that's just work. That's trust that Marcella earned throughout the years. She knows what it's like to deal with challenges head on and still move forward. So imagine what Gros Islet could accomplish with that kind of leadership fighting for us in Parliament. And guess what? When she stepped into the business world, building her own successful car rental business from ground up, she proved once again that she understands the hustle, the sacrifice, and the determination it takes to thrive. Not just to survive, but to thrive. Marcella is not a career politician. She is not just in this for a title. She is not here to enrich herself like politicians. She is here because she believes in empowerment, in the community, and in results. And that's exactly why she is the right choice. She brings something we desperately need in the constituency of Gros Islet. Real-world experience, a business sense, and a deep understanding of the people. This is a woman who has gave me confidence to know that if she can do it, I can do it too. She walks the streets and listens to your concerns and brings your voice to the place where it matters most. She is a winner, and when Marcella wins, we all win. Vote Marcella and the United Workers' Party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenna. A great presentation, ladies and gentlemen. Do you agree? Another round of applause for the young lady. Yes, the youth of the United Workers' Party. And I was about to come here and talk about me, the veteran. But you know, somebody is about to tell me, shut your mouth, boy. I want to acknowledge a true veteran, a man on whose shoulder we all now stand on. One of the paved the way. Sir, I want to acknowledge Mr. Hollis Bristol. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the United Workers' Party goes across generations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to bring another lady to the podium, but this time another lady of more experience. She has been a tycoon in the sports world, but she has also made a contribution in the political arena. She is a former candidate for Castries East and a former cabinet member of the United Workers' Party. I see we have some people from Castries East in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and welcome Fortuna Belrose, who will now address you.
Thank you very much.
I walk by faith, not by what I see. His guiding hand is leading me through every step. His love is bright. I trust the Lord. I walk by faith, not sight.
When shadows fall and doubts. Thank you very much. Mamai Flabo! Mamai Flabo, it's been a long time. It's been a very long time, and I'm here tonight. Thank God I'm here tonight. Mamai Flabo, God is good. He makes no mistakes. He makes the blind to see, and he makes the lame to walk. We are all here because we trust in him, and he will soon restore order in this land of ours. And you know what? Together, we must right the wrong. So let not your hearts be troubled. When it comes to Flabo, we have the capacity always to do the right thing at the right time for the right price. So when we have newcomers like Marcella, Stephen, Titus, Rush, Tommy, Lady Lee, Laura, Chico, and we also have with us Elisha. That's the man. That's the voice. That's the man. And then we have Brad, and we have Ben, and we have Kakal. What more you want? What more you want? We mentioned Laura earlier. You know, what more do you want? You know it's only UWP that focuses on real development and empowerment. And we always bring the right people to you. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about people, I'm here tonight to support a woman of integrity. A woman with a brilliant mind and impeccable character. She ain't owe nobody. She steals from nobody. She tricks nobody. She does not sign secret deals. She just works to help everyone. A woman who consistently thinks ahead and stands ever ready to support initiatives once it's for the best interests of the citizenry. And I'll tell you about that a little later. She's a no-nonsense person. She's an honest woman. She knows what hard work is. She's disciplined, and she works hard to realize her success. These are the values that every citizen who wants to achieve should possess. There's no shortcut. These are the values. I also know that she was trained to stop at nothing to realize the goal that she set for herself. And I say that because, like me, She was born into a family with 6 boys and 1 girl. 1 girl, 6 boys. And if there's one thing you learn early in a household as an only girl with brothers, is how to fend for yourself, how to engage, and how to relate to men as partners in the most respectful of ways. We can tell a man if he's a manikou or if he's a man. We know that. We can see that. We were trained to know that as women brought up in households with men. Marcella is a woman who has demonstrated tenacity and grit against all odds, you know, and she's here today as a successful businesswoman. A hard-working mother who lost her husband, or her first husband, when the children were very young. And now she is a real mentor to many who want to run their own businesses with integrity and honor. I got to know Marcella during the COVID pandemic, when she joined the Senate as an independent who stood up for the country and worked with us in government to fight COVID. Even at the heights of the pandemic, when people were getting sick and dying, the SLPs, which was in the opposition at the time, seemed not to care, but they chose to ignore the science and boycott Senate meetings. But Marcella did not. Marcella stayed the course. And the record shows her contribution to our efforts to protect our citizens. Efforts that would be so crudely or cruelly betrayed by the SLP and its cronies when they took over. So people of Gros Islet, in Marcella, you have a woman who listens. She will be honest and transparent in accounting to you. She will not deceive you. Marcella, when she wins, you all win. She has no hidden agendas. No hidden agendas. And there's no shooter. Hey, the usual. There's no shooter. There's no kuda. There's no wooda. Marcella is it. And Marcella will always make sense. And she looks at everything in terms of the reality of the people. And I was so proud to see her leading that parade with the youngsters in Gros Islet in the week, just gone by. Marcella, you've got a task ahead, but we know you can do it. We know you've got the grip. We know you've got the attitude. We know you've got what it takes to make it happen. So, Lord Cote, now they say I have 5 minutes, eh? So when you're tired of me, tell me. When you're tired of me, tell me. So, Lord Cote, when you put the do trombo bagay avant me quitter ici, passe moi parler pour de l'année. So, the Labour Party, is making a mockery of the lives of our young people. And they're so bold-faced about it. They're saying that the mood is red. While mothers are grieving and our streets are stained with the blood of their children, children are being sacrificed to idols of incompetence, corruption, deceit, propaganda, lies, and secret deals. And they're taking pleasure in tooting the mood is red. Only a wicked government would chant this and remind the citizenry of who exactly they are. The mood is not just red. The mood is dread. I think it was Guy who said the mood is dread. Dread because corrupt leaders are thriving and bankrupting our country. The mood is dread because sweet St. Lucia is being raped and abused, and our patrimony is being given away for peanuts. The mood is red. No, they need the mood red so they can continue to inflict pain and hardship on citizens with the high cost of living and the bad decisions. The mood is dread because the Prime Minister promised to strengthen the Integrity Commission but failed to appoint a board for over a year. Now, we have ministers running to do transactions with hundreds of thousands of dollars in cash, which was hidden under the mattresses. The mood is dread because projects are being undertaken in communities that are shoddily done or incomplete, with thousands of dollars squandered or missing. And you know, just recently, the Prime Minister, came out of his dark hole or his closet. He came out of his closet and appeared in Bocage to confront a contractor who gave him a 649 with a project. Could you imagine that? He got a jabber sack and he showed up. Yeah? Because it's so bad. The mood is dread. Ladies and gentlemen, I see the Prime Minister is here, so I can acknowledge him. The political leader, Prime Minister to be, is here, so we must acknowledge him. Yes, Prime Minister, political leader. Prime Minister in waiting. He's here. No matter what they say, he's here. So I'm going down to another part of this because see the PM, I know my time is almost up. But let me tell you, there's something else. There are two other issues I want to bring to your attention. Instead, the Labour Party remain focused on doing what they have to do for the people of this country. To make that possible, they pursue a cynical policy that they call protecting the victory. In other words, they're using various methods of deception and victimization to stifle any opposition to their actions, regardless of whether it could be unethical, illegal, or otherwise. And we continue to witness these daily at the House, even with the Speaker of the House. And of course, they all are caught in the web. But you know, we St. Lucians are not stupid. We're not stupid. Because when we see the lead institution for law and order, the St. Lucia Police Force, reduced to a farce, we know we are in crisis. You know, I watched the Commissioner of Police bow his head in shame as he spoke of the disappearance of critical evidence and the inability to trust those around him. You know, and then there is the case of the women police officers who brought forward a claim or accusations of sexual misconduct on a high-ranking officer. These were not just ordinary. These are women who were well-trained. These are women who understand the law. These are women who know their rights as women. And they were supported in their quest by a professional organization called the Police Welfare Association. Yet, these are women, and these are women who have to work with women who are going through the same drama. Yeah? Yet the message to them, yet the message to these women and all the other women across St. Lucia who have been affected by rape and abuse, etc. You know what the message was to these women? Wepukozot. In fact, that message of Wepuko is the message for the overall police force. It could not be any clearer. It's Wepuko because up to last week, their insurance was not even paid for the police. Could you imagine that? Guys who put their lives at risk every day for this country, their insurance was not paid. So, you know, and you have the PM bragging every day. Every day he's bragging that his father is not a policeman, but yet he did this and he did that. You know, I just want to tell the Prime Minister this evening, Prime Minister Philippe J. Pierre, the police force is not child play, or it's not children at play. It's not like the children's playground in Masha that has not, you know, that has stayed closed forever, or it's always opened once in a blue moon. That's not what the police force is. The police force is a dynamic organization with people who are moving every day working hard to realize success for this country. And so we must recognize them in a better way. Where is the compassion or caring leader you claim you are for the men and women in uniform? All we have seen for the police, and I'm telling you from my vantage point, the last few years, all we have seen is disrespect for the police by the government. From expunging records of COVID violations to facilitation of criminals in state-owned initiatives, that is what we see. You know, look, questions remain about the death of Tyson, and they will remain for a long time. But there's one more point I want to really bring out tonight, Nancy, if you give me 2 more minutes. If you give me 2 more minutes, one more point. You know, I was shocked as a former public servant. I was shocked at what I saw on TV this week. A public worker, caretaker, a public worker, in the presence of the Prime Minister, in the presence of the Prime Minister, so openly campaigning for a political party and encourage and promise that others will do the same. This was a serious abuse of her position at the SSDF, a serious abuse of one's position, which is funded by taxpayers. We paying people to go and do that to us as government. Under no circumstances should she have worked or she should have used the platform of the government service to impose political choices on others or even try to influence them in voting for a political party. This would never have happened under UWP administration. Never. Never happen. Can't happen. Could not happen. Would not happen. Never. And you know, the sad thing is, Mr. Pierre was present, but he said nothing. Maybe he was pleased. But would he have been pleased if instead she had said and advocated her support for the United Workers' Party instead of the SLP? Would he have been pleased? This is a democratic country, ladies and gentlemen, not a one-party state, not a one-party dictatorship where public workers are intimidated and bullied into serving the party rather than people and government. Once you are employed by the government, your obligation is to the people of St. Lucia, and you have to dispense those duties, maintaining neutrality in service delivery. We must keep the public service free from that level of political interference. We must. And a UWP government will do that. It must be neutral. And the reason why it must be neutral, so we can garner the best people to continue to work in the interests of our country. So, ladies and gentlemen, they told me to wrap up, but all I want to say to you, the SOS plan came in at the right time. SOS, SOS, Mayday, 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 Mayday. SOS, SOS,
He's leading me through every step. His love is bright. I trust the Lord. I walk by faith, not sight. The path is narrowing.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Fortuna Bell. And I forgot to mention to you, she's also a former permanent secretary and a long-time serving sports administrator. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard of the abuses that are taking place in government today. But we know that change is coming. As the young lady told you, we are part of a movement for change. But you will see as the night unfolds, as I bring you members of the team that will do battle for us, the team that will SOS. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that we have some expired politicians that we have to send into retirement. We are starting in the constituency of Castries North with the guy who has no principles, the guy who is a traitor, the guy who has betrayed the party that made him. Today, he is laid bare, and we see him for what he is. And let me just say, tonight, that Stevenson King will be a relic of the past after this coming general election. And incoming will be Stephen February, the United Workers' Party endorsed candidate for Castries North. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome a man of caliber to the podium, Stephen February.
I said these are some serious times. All I can see around us is just violence and crime. Full time for us to centralize, socialize, and realize. So let the sun shine throughout every day. Let the moon shine through the peaceful nights. This is 7 times rise and 7 times fall. But I don't really believe in the falling things at all. Cause life continues as it goes. If you really want to know the truth, the truth isn't being told. No, 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 no. So I said, these are some
Mamai Flabo. Mamai Flabo. It is indeed good to be here with you this evening. And let me, at the outset, bring you warm greetings from your neighbors in Castries North. But before I start, allow me to recognize our political leader, the indefatigable Alan Michael Chasney, and our deputy political leaders, Mr. Guy Joseph and Dominic Fede. Let me again say, it is truly a privilege to be standing alongside this amazing team of committed men and women, a dream team committed to rescuing and restoring this country. And let me also say how honored it is for me to be here this evening to endorse Marcella Johnson to be your next parliamentary representative for Gros Islet. You know, since my first conversations with Marcella until this very moment, one thing has stood out to me about Marcella. Marcella is driven. Marcella is driven by a sense of purpose. She is driven by a sense of duty. She is driven by her values. But above all, she is driven to deliver for the people of Gros Islet. And I know and I'm certain that in her, Gros Islet will have a driven, hardworking, committed, and honest representative. Someone who is not there to fill her pockets, but someone who will stand up for you. So I urge you to work with her, stand with her, and vote for her at the appointed time. She will make you proud and represent you with distinction. She will give to you her very best. You know, in life, our choices have consequences. Choices indeed have consequences. Some say that in life, life is only a series of decisions. Life is only a series of choices. That is all that our life is. Each decision comes with it a different outcome, a different consequence. And over time, those choices will define you. In 2021, you made a choice. You voted into office a new government and a new member of parliament. The Labour Party said that they cared for you. The Labour Party said they were putting you first. I ask you today, 4.5 years later, do they care about you? Have they put you first? But let us examine their record. Are you better off today than you were in 2021? I ask you again, are you better off today? You know, over the past 3 weeks, we have seen them spend about $1 million on their rallies in Otsa, in Vieux-Fort, and today in Micoud. But is healthcare in better shape? Has the crime situation improved? Is it easier for you to go to the grocery store? Is it easier for you to pay your bills? Have the road conditions improved? Are you spending less time in traffic? Is the water supply more reliable? Is the price of gas cheaper? Is the price of bread cheaper? And corruption, something that you in Gros Islet should be particularly concerned with. Corruption is rife in this place. And this is the reality. This is the reality. Healthcare is the worst it's ever been. Crime, we are trending above last year's homicide rate. And as of today, the 5th of October, we have had more homicides this year than we did at the same time last year. Another record-breaking year of crime in this country. The cost of living remains out of control. The roads are a mess, and traffic congestion are at its worst. Water shortages continue, and corruption is rampant in this place. It is this Labour Party government that has enabled, orchestrated, and condoned corruption in GPH, in CIP, with BMAX, with NLA, and the list goes on and on. I ask you today, Gros Islet, are you better off today? While your life is not better off, some Labour Party members and supporters have become rich. Some have been able to amass a portfolio of property wealth. At the same time, you, the people of Gros Islet, are no better off. Let me briefly touch on my constituency of Castries North. Over the past week, I've been proud to work with young men and women from across the constituency, from Odlum City, Bizet, and Agard, in a cleanup camp. Over the past week, I've been proud to work with the young and women from my constituency, from Odlum City and Bizet to Agard, in a major cleanup campaign. And I must publicly thank them for the initiative and tell them how enormously proud I am of them for the quality of their work. And I commit myself to working with them more and more in the coming years and months ahead. But while I was working, and the young people of Castries North were hard at work, we saw Stevenson King finally emerge from a deep sleep. After 4.5 years of silence, after 4.5 years of sleep, he has finally decided to show his face. We saw him on 2 programs, each time giving excuses for his betrayal and for his turning his back on the people of Castries North. Excuses why the CDCs in Leclerc have not been redeveloped. Excuses why the football field has not been upgraded. Excuses why the subvention to the management of the field has not been paid in 3 years. Excuses why the basketball court is in a shambolic condition. Excuses why there are no speed bumps close to the Patricia James School. Excuses why our roads are in a deplorable condition. Excuses why HIA has not developed. Excuses for the no right turn sign at Wash by Computer World. Excuses for the poor water supply and excuses why Wasco has not been strengthened. Excuses why the square is in a mess. And excuses why the health center has been neglected. Excuses for the absence of sidewalks throughout the constituency. But most of all, excuses for his betrayal of his people. Excuses, excuses, excuses. This is wicked and shameless. King has been the parliamentary representative almost unbroken since 1987. Almost 40 years of representation. He has even held the highest office in this land. Only now he has woken up to the problems of the constituency. Only now he wants to fix the court, the square, and the playing field. Only now he wants to bring development to the constituency. Only now he wants to redevelop the CDC lands. And listen carefully. I understand that he is now talking to Tinubu's people to buy the CDC land in Leclerc. Now listen, and people of Leclerc, listen carefully. I want the people of Leclerc to be on alert that King is trying to sell the CDC lands to a foreign investor. Is that what you want? To have a foreigner take over the lands in Leclerc? The lands which were meant for housing for our people? Was this deal ever put on the table for local or regional investors? We have the people and the resources to upgrade this land in partnership with the community, in the best interest of the community. Why does King want to put these lands in the hands of foreigners? I want to put King on notice that if he tries to take the people's land from them and give it to foreigners, he will have to send one of Renault's bulldozers to remove me from that land. Enough is enough. Who did he consult before he made that deal in Grenada? Who did King consult before he made that great deal in Grenada at the African Caribbean Trade and Investment Forum? Who is the developer? Did he speak and consult the residents of Leclerc? Did he speak and consult with VBCC? Did he consult with the Catholic Church? When did the African investor come to St. Lucia to survey his property? Did he introduce the African investor to the residents of Leclerc? Does he understand the values of our people and what our expectations are? King, you sold out Banans Bay land. You sold out Slasper. And now you are planning the same thing in Leclerc? I call on the Labour government and Stephenson King to come clear on the following. What is the nature of the deal to sell the CDC lands? To explain in detail who is the foreign investor? What country is the investment coming from? What stake will the community have in this investment? And when will you consult with the people of Leclerc on this multi-million-dollar secret deal? I call on the government to immediately come clean on this matter. The people of Leclerc deserve better. King, you will not touch or displace my people. The young men and women earning an honest living there will not be punished. They will not be disrespected. You will not touch Alva. You will not touch Chucky, and you will not touch Travis. Your time has run out. Enough incompetence, enough corruption, enough contempt for the people. Enough is enough. King and his Labour government have taken our people on a ride. But the day is coming when we will make a decision for better. For a better future for themselves and a better future for our families. A decision to do better because we all deserve better. When the bell is rung, I urge you to go out in numbers. Vote Marcella Johnson. Vote Stephen Favre. Vote for a competent, visionary, honest, hardworking government under the most capable leadership of Alan Michael Shastney. Vote to save our country. I thank you.
These are some serious times. All I can see around us is just violence and crime. Full time for us to centralize, socialize, and realize. So let the sun shine throughout every day. Let the moon shine through the peaceful night. This is 7 times rise and 7 times fall. But I don't really believe in the falling things at all. Cause life continues as it goes.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the incoming parliamentary representative for Castries North, the man Stephen Favre. Ladies and gentlemen, I have news for you. You know they say life is a cycle, the earth goes round and the earth is round. You know, and if you don't want to go around, even if you stand where you are, you will go around and come back to where you are. What happened in 2016 will repeat itself in the next general election. You remember Babono and Gros Islet? Well, let me put it how the prisoners will put it. You know when you go to jail and you ask a prisoner, what did you do? The prisoners will answer you, they say I stole or they say I killed. Well, they say Ezekiel and I lost. But that was in 2011. But come 2016, the people had realized their mistakes and they corrected it. That is what we mean by righting the wrong. Come this next election, I assure you, Babono and Gros Islet will come back to the fold of the United Workers' Party. And ladies and gentlemen, as part of that accomplished team of men and women of the United Workers' Party, one of the experienced, competent, well-accomplished candidates is the candidate for the constituency of Babono. And I know that gentleman very well. I saw him at the Castries Comprehensive School when I passed there. I know him in government as a civil servant and then as a minister while he was a permanent secretary. And in recent times, that man served us in a regional capacity with CARICOM. So I'm not talking about anybody looking for a job. I am talking about individuals who sacrifice their big jobs to come and serve us here in this country. So ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake about it. The people of Babono know it, and the rest of St. Lucia must know it. The next parliamentary representative of Babono is the man, Titus Spreville, who I will bring to the podium right now to address you.
I'm a living while I'm living, to the Father I will pray. Only Him know how we get through every day. Only I give the price, I'm a live we have to pay. While our leaders play, all I see, people are rip and a rob, all are bribe. Thief never love is the thief with long bag. No love for the people who suffer real bad. Another toll to the poor, may God help the soul. What is to stop the youth from get out of control? Full of my education, yet no own a payroll. The clothes from me back of countless high school. Who go on and on, the fool has never been told. Who go on and
Marcella Nimwe.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Marcella Nimwe.
I told you about Babono and Gros Islet. The two go together and both are coming home this election. Come in, the next parliamentary representative for Gros Islet, Marcella Johnson.
She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Gros Islet still hot. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Marcella, she's hot. Marcella, come to work for you. Marcella, come to work for you. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Gros Islet still hot. Marcella, come to work for you. Marcella, come to work for you. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Marcella, she's hot. That's my lady. That's our lady. That's my lady. Who we voting, Marcella? That's my lady. That's our lady. That's my lady. Who we voting, Marcella? Empty promises on the pothole roads, we coming to fix it up. When Marcella wins, everybody wins. We benefiting a lot. Don't let your papi show work on you instead of calling me shot. Make sure you know what is best for you when you reach by the ballot. Marcella, come to work for you. Marcella, come to work for you. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Gros Islet still hot. Marcella, come to work for you. Marcella, come to work for you. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Marcella, she's hot. That's my lady. That's our lady. That's my lady. Who we voting, Marcella? That's my lady. That's our lady. That's my lady. Who we voting, Marcella? Marcella, the people champion of fight, and that's what we want. Somebody to put the people first and push the country in front. We tired of all the hate and blame. We vex enough is enough. Vote for Marcella, stamp on it. We tired of getting blood. Marcella, come to work for you. Marcella, come to work for you. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Gros Islet still hot. Marcella, come to work for you. Marcella, come to work for you. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. She's walking, baby. Marcella, she's hot. That's my lady. That's our lady. That's my lady. Who we voting, Marcella? That's my lady. That's our lady. That's my lady. Who we vote?
You win. Gros Islet, that's what we waiting for. Oh, this election, guess who we voting for? Who we voting? Marcella.
Yes. Watch your feet. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was your next parliamentary representative for Gros Islet, our lady Marcella Johnson. When Marcella win, yes, ladies and gentlemen, and now I'm going to bring back the parliamentary representative for Babono. You know we are neighbors. Babono and Gros Islet go hand in hand. And when Babono is in, Gros Islet is in. So, ladies and gentlemen, I now bring you once again Titus Spreville, the next parliamentary representative for the constituency of
I'm
Babono.
living while I'm living to the Father I will pray. Only Him know how we get through every day. Only I in the price. I'm a live we have to pay. While our leaders play, all I see people are rip and a rob, all a bribe. Thief never love is the thief with long bag. No love for the people who are suffering bad. Another toll to the poor, may God help the soul. What is to stop the youth from get out of control? Full of my education, yet no own a payroll. The clothes from me back of countless I hold. Could go on and on, the fool has never been told. Could go on and on.
Bonsoir tout le monde. Moi ça c'est moi Créole, pas ça? Eh ben il a dit tout le monde Gros Islet bonsoir. Now, I am in Gros Islet. I must give way to Marcella. I must give way to your next parliamentary rep. And this is a lady I know very well. I say so because Marcella was one of my students at UWI Open Campus. Correct, Marcella? Correct. And she graduated with first class honors. You have a first class honors lady here in Gros Islet as your next parliamentary rep. So when the bell rings, and it will ring very soon, the decision is very clear. Your decision is very clear. You must vote quality. You must vote honesty. You must vote integrity. And therefore, you must vote for Marcella Johnson at the next general election. My friends, I recognize political leader and the deputies and my entire team, the entire team on the stage. I recognize you. I recognize everyone in St. Lucia, those listening online, and those in the diaspora. I recognize you tonight in a particular way because our country is at a crossroads. We are at a very serious point in our history. And tonight I want to spend some time to speak on the matter of governance. I just want to speak on the matter of governance. We have witnessed a few things in recent times that every St. Lucian, whether you are Labour or Flabo, or you have no political affiliation, it should be of concern to you. Our country is not a game. The rulers of our country are not supposed to treat our country as if there are no rules and laws. The laws of our country give all of us order. The laws provide us with dignity. The laws provide us with transparency and accountability. And therefore, every government, and this government in office now, must be told that the whole world is watching you. It is not just St. Lucia. It is not just Marsha. It is not just Labrie. The entire world is watching our government in office. And they know our laws. And they know the traditions of the public service. And therefore they can detect and tell when our public service rules are being blatantly violated. And that is when we know a government is desperate and a government is off the rails and the government is begging to be taken out of office. Now, I want to immediately contrast what we are seeing recently with some very important things. You know, the United Workers' Party, the party I'm very proud to be a part of with this team here tonight, we have built St. Lucia. Sometimes, you know, when you go for a job, and most of us can identify with that. When you go for a job, they ask you, do you have your degree? Do you have your CXC? Do you have your skill certificate and your CVQ? And you say yes. But then they go further and they say to you, well, tell me, where have you worked? And they say, show me your references. Why do they do that? When you sit in the interview, they ask you questions about how would you handle a situation like ABC? What are they doing? They are looking at your past behavior. They are assessing how you have behaved in the past so they can determine how you will behave in the future. That is what this is all about. That's what the interview is about. So when I stand here tonight on the platform of the United Workers' Party, I can look at my history, and I am proud to tell you what my history is. And if you know my history, you know what we will do in the future. And you will know we are ready to govern. So, we are in Gros Islet. We are in Rodney Bay. And just so that you know, this place was once a swamp. And when this place was being developed, the Labour Party then in opposition opposed it. They oppose where you stand and sit today. And guess what? There is a hotel right across from where we are, Harbour Club. If we had not, if Sir John, if the team did not insist on doing what had to be done, there would be no harbor club. There would be no jobs created there for Labour, Flabo, or anybody. So you see, the United Workers' Party in its policies are always about all of the people. It is not about protecting the victory. Because when someone says protect the victory, they are saying, my supporters protect the victory. I am governing for my supporters. But what about the rest? The United Workers' Party has a record and a history of performing for the entire country. So when you go to Point Seraphine and the taxi drivers line up there, all taxi drivers, Labour, Flabo, earn a living there. We do not discriminate. That is what the United Workers' Party is about. I want to point to another thing. In 1973-74, the United Workers' Party established the National Provident Fund, what is called today NIC. When it was being established, the Labour Party at the time opposed it. They said, "Comme ton kai point l'argent." But what do we see today? It is perhaps one of the most important institutions in every St. Lucian's life. That is why we say NIC, for the benefit of us all. That is what the United Workers' Party is about. And therefore, I am clear in my mind when Alan Chasney, who will be the next Prime Minister, when he in the SOS indicated that we will introduce national health insurance and every St. Lucian will have coverage of $75,000, he is introducing a policy as profound as the NIC or the Provident Fund when it was established. And I said to you tonight, in years to come, people of St. Lucia, when they will look back, they will say to themselves, what a day it was when we established national health insurance in St. Lucia. So, friends, the choice is very clear. We need to work in our collective interests. I am not particularly appealing to the Labour Party diehards. You may not understand exactly what I'm saying. But I speak to our base. I speak to people who are willing to listen, the middle ground. I speak to you and I said to you, look to the future of this country. Look at what our party has done in the past. And we have a record that proves we are able to do in the future. That's why you can trust us. So, I want to come to the matters of governance now in a more detailed manner. Our Prime Minister is on record. Our Prime Minister is on record. And he has stated that the appearance of corruption is worse than corruption itself. And he is right. The Prime Minister is right. The appearance of corruption is even worse than corruption itself. And therefore, here is my governance question for the Prime Minister. Mr. Prime Minister, please explain, and please you should really, I urge you to really urgently explain, how come in this constituency of Gros Islet, you have a minister and a parliamentary rep whose assets over the last 3.5 years are not consistent with his salary. And Mr. Prime Minister, you have heard the cries of the people, only asking for accountability, only asking for transparency. And yet, Mr. Prime Minister, you have not yet commissioned any known inquiry. We want to hear from you. What have you done to reassure the people of Gros Islet and St. Lucia that this particular minister has legally, lawfully, and properly earned the assets he has had access to? No. That is a fair question. That is a fair question. Because there is the appearance of corruption. And the appearance of corruption is worse than the corruption itself. So I need the Prime Minister to clear the air. If he won a lottery, not the St. Lucia lottery, if he won the British lottery, maybe we have an explanation. But I have not heard him win it. If his grandmother left inheritance and it has just come through, maybe, but I have not heard about it. So the people of St. Lucia deserve an explanation. We are in Gros Islet tonight. And we're asking you to give the people of Gros Islet an explanation. And if you fail to do that, Marcella is the person you must elect when the bell rings in the next general election. Honorable Prime Minister, you are the leader of St. Lucia. And we turn to you for leadership at all times. All times. And therefore, as my colleague, former PS Fortuna Belrose, would have pointed out, we all in St. Lucia, and importantly, all over the world, we witness a scene in a government, a taxpayer-sponsored activity, where someone in the crowd, in a government function, openly stood and said, you must vote for the Labour Party and you must never vote for Alan Shastney in a government activity. I have been a PS for almost 15 years. I tell you, I have never seen the like in my life. And the Prime Minister was present. And the Prime Minister said nothing. It hurt me. It really hurt me. Because I looked to the Prime Minister to show leadership. Because if the Prime Minister cannot show leadership on such simple but important matters, where can he show leadership? You see, my friends, here in St. Lucia and everywhere all over the world, listening now, our country must be run by rules and regulations and processes that guarantee us transparency and accountability. These are the words that the Labour Party spoke of in 1997. I remember very well. Somehow, somewhere, these words have gone amiss. So I am reminding my Prime Minister, these were the words when you were the deputy. I am sure you can remind them. You can remember them. So please take action. It's not too late. Come out and tell the people, I want to hear a statement from the Prime Minister condemning the action that took place at that event. It is important to reassure St. Lucians that you are in charge. You know, the business of proper governance is not only in matters of money. Matters of money are important. But what we spoke about there is perhaps even more important. But I will turn to a matter of money now. Prime Minister, we have a project taking place in Viesikwe right now. A very important project. The road is being expanded and widened and other things. That is good. That is very good because that work, if I recall, Alan, you had started it. The vision was already there. But now we have the matter of the execution of the vision. So the question is very simple. The questions are simple. Prime Minister, was this a direct award? If it was a direct award, how much is the award? Who is the contractor? We see a contractor, but we're not sure who's the contractor. There is no billboard. There is nothing saying who is the contractor, how much did it cost, how long it is expected to last, what is the source of funds. You know why I have to ask this question or these questions? Because this project is not in the budget estimates. Every St. Lucian, every single St. Lucian knows When you look at the estimates, you get the projection of revenue and expenditure and what the money will be spent on. This is not in the estimates. So we need to understand. We're just asking for an understanding, accountability, transparency, good governance on the matters of the people's money. We deserve an answer. Prime Minister, we have a very serious situation. And that situation pertains to the Citizen by Investment Program. The truth is tonight, as I stand here, I wish I could tell you the audited statements for 2023 are prepared and we could have looked at it and say, here is how the fund has performed. I cannot. We are in October, the final month before the audited statements for 2024 should be prepared. I am not sure we are going to see that. So, we have a Citizen by Investment Act. And one of the first things the government did when they came into office was to amend the act, to technically remove the powers from the board, to make the cabinet the decider on the projects, meaning the cabinet decides the projects and the board must approve. You don't need a board. And my knowledge of government, my experience in government tells me the board is there to provide advice to the government. But this government does not need the advice. They are advising the board. Well, that is a new form of governance, not consistent with the world's best practices, not consistent with any good practice. But that is what we have as our government today. So, we are in a very critical situation. We do not know how much money is in the fund. We do not know how the funds are being spent. We do not know what projects are being funded. In essence, we technically have a slush fund. That is what has been created by our current government in office. And the Prime Minister can clear the air very simply by reversing the act and putting the authority where it belongs. But I suspect you might see a horse fly before that happens. So we do not know how much money is in the fund. We do not know what it is used for. We have no idea. We have no sense of accountability. And finally, as I wrap up, Prime Minister, we have a real situation. I need you to clarify for me at least. And I suspect Guy might need the same guidance. Where is Guy? I think you might need the same guidance. Who is the parliamentary rep for our constituencies? Because I am not so sure right now. I know based on the constitution, based on the fact that there has been no by-election in Babono, and I suspect in Castries South, Southeast, I know that there is one parliamentary rep at a time in our country, in any constituency. In Babono, it is the Honorable Dr. Virginia Albert Poyot. I know that. But, and I know in Guy's case, it is the Honorable Joachim Henry. But Mr. Prime Minister, perhaps you are not aware. But there are other people purporting to be authorized in some way, I don't know under what act, what law, what order, what statute, that are moving about giving contracts, that are moving about giving... So I think every fair-minded St. Lucian would say to you, something about that is not quite right. It does not seem to fall within our process of good governance. So I take these things back to the fundamental principle of what a good government is about. Now, having heard what I have said, having heard how the government of the UWP has governed in the past, recognizing what is happening now about governance, when you want to look to the future, what do you look at? You look at the record. just as the person who was applying for the job. You look at their performance and you say, who is likely to perform well in the future? And based on that, the decision is very clear. When the bell rings, I say to you, St. Lucians, we are ready. We are ready to put the United Workers' Party back in office. Have a good night.
Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? Take the pressure no more. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? Take the pressure no more. From the GPA to CIP, so now they playing big man. It's the highest model rate we ever get. Everywhere is big gun. The hospital they talking about well up to now it can't done. Now the time has come. Then we vote along.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Titus Sprayville, the next parliamentary representative for Babunu. Now, Titus said something tonight that I just want to clarify. He said that Pip said the appearance of corruption is worse than corruption itself. But I'm not sure. I just want to clarify. I said, I saw Richard, I saw Kenson Kazimi, and I saw Ernest Hiller, and I say, look, corruption up here. So I just wanted to find out, when you talk about the appearance of corruption, are you talking about Kenson Kazimi, Richard Frederick, and Ernest Hiller? But talking about corruption, what they are doing with the vouchers is corruption. When they take government funds to fund their campaign, it is corruption. When you can have a government event and you blur the lines of what is state and what is party, like they did at the SSDF event, that is corruption. Because you cannot tell me you're taking taxpayers' money to promote your party at a government event. But ladies and gentlemen, take it easy. There is hope ahead. We have called on a crew to do the SOS. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment and celebrate the fact that hope is ahead and there is a light at the shadow. So, to entertain you at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I will call on our four-time Calypso monarch, the lady herself, Minel, who will entertain you.
C'est là pour sortir. Nous qu'à tirer Philippe. Tirer Philippe. Tirer Philippe, baby, ti quoi? Tirer Philippe. Hey. Tirer Philippe. Tirer Philippe, baby, ti quoi? Tirer Philippe. Il pas bon pour pays, vat la ka tuer tout moun ici. Vat oui mettre nous tout fini. Philippe pas mêler ça nous dit. Li l'argent il vle mettre en poche li. Tiwe Philippe et petit quoi. Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour pays, tiwe Philippe. Tiwe Philippe et petit quoi. Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour pays, woy. Tiwe Philippe. Tiwe Philippe et petit quoi. Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour pays. Maman il flambeau les pour voter. Les pour finir encore. Philippe ça fait ça il voulait. À nous voter à l'an chassé. Tiwe Philippe. À nous jouer. Batano. Il pas bon pour pays. Tiwe Philippe. À nous tiwe ti quoi. Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour vat la ka tuer tout moun ici. Vat la ka tuer tout moun ici. Vata oui met nous tout fini. Philippe pas mêler ça nous dit. Li l'argent il vle mettre en poche li. Tiwe Philippe et petit quoi. Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour pays. Tiwe Unconscious name, my flabo. Hip, hip, hip. Of le pli, à nous dire quoi. Nous voulons sortir. Tiwe, Philippe. À nous point. Tiwe, Philippe. Tiwe, Philippe, et petit quoi. Tiwe, Philippe. Il pas bon pour payer. Va la camoute moi. Nous pas mêler. Oh, bagay mauvais. Merci, maman Flabo. Tiwe, Philippe. Tiwe, Philippe. Il pas bon pour payer.
You want more? You want more? You want more of me now? Zovle Tiwe Philippe. Est the power pour Tiwe Philippe. Let's have more from me now.
Mama Flambeau. Tiwe Philippe. Tiwe Philippe, petit quoi? Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour payer. Tiwe Philippe. Tiwe Philippe, petit quoi? Tiwe Philippe. Il pas bon pour payer. Merci.
Let's hear it for me now. I cannot hear you. Mama Flabo. Bamwetan kome Mama Flabo ki ici. Mama Flabo. Eza power pour Tiwe Philippe. Super wedi oui. Isam zokai pawe. Mande zoza pawe. Me isam zokai pawe. Simen poche anukai flipe pawe. But ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it one more time for our Calypso Queen, Nina. Now, as you know, we are in the constituency of Gros Islet. And this constituency has been represented by a man that we hold dear, a man who has ensured that there has been change in this constituency, a man who has stood up for this constituency, and Gros Islet being the largest constituency, the man who built the most roads in the entire St. Lucia in the last 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, his time has come. He has decided that it is time to bow out of elective politics. And he is this evening going to endorse a woman, a strong woman. Bozo sav, sa nom pa sa fe, nou femme sa fe. Est-ce que d'accord avec moi? Oui. Eh bien, on swear. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to the podium Leonard Spider-Man Tooth, the past representative of this constituency, who's going to give and hand over the baton to our sister, Marcella.
Man to man is so unjust. Children, you don't know who to trust. Your worst enemy could be your best friend, and your best friend, your worst enemy. Some will eat and drink with you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, man to man is so unjust. That is why tonight I will present you with a woman you can trust. Yes, today I call on all residents of Gros Islet to take stock, do some reflecting, and come to the correct conclusion as far as representation for this constituency is concerned. As far as I'm concerned, for the last 4 years, we have seen how the so-called parliamentary representative conducted himself and his affairs. A representative ought to be responsible. A representative ought to be of upright character. A representative is supposed to serve the interests of the constituents and not solely his interests. And he is supposed to be transparent and accountable throughout everything that he does. Where there is suspicion, it is the representative's responsibility to clear the air. Where there are questions, it is the representative's duty to be transparent by answering the pertinent questions to clarify the issues that are in doubt. Where your image, your reputation, and your very character becomes an area of concern, it is the representative's obligation to account to the people. Maka pale powerball, mwen paka pale ulangay mun paka kopwan. I am talking about Kenson Kazimi, who a few short years ago had to be taken to court to feed his children. Today is sporting affluence to the extent that hard-working men and women of St. Lucia cannot afford, and he has not explained to us how he has come by all that wealth overnight. Where there are questions, it is the representative's responsibility to clear the air and to explain and to tell we the people of Gros Islet, and by extension St. Lucia, where did you get it? We would hate to know that there was any misappropriation of funds, and that is how you came by your wealth. You have land up by Cab Estate and condos. The house that you had, give me sir. The house that you had near Uniondale, all of a sudden you can build villas under it. And the amount of land that you have purchased in 3.5 years, you must tell us if the salary of a minister gave you that kind of wealth. Now I heard your attempt to explain, and you said you were a sports officer. So was I, sir. You said you get a minister's salary. So did I. You said that you were in media. I did these days. So there is nothing that you know concern. There is nothing that you know concern that I do not know. And I am telling you, as Titus said, unless you won a lottery or you came by some inheritance, there is no way you could have earned all that wealth solely from a minister's salary. You have to explain where you got all that wealth from and how all of a sudden you have accumulated all that affluence. You have to explain. Because if you don't, the change is coming. And this is a warning for you, Kenson. I personally will ensure that when Alan Shasley and those men and women on his formidable team form the government, I will be pressing and pressuring them to investigate you. And if you cannot account for the wealth that you have, you will have to pay for it. And I know Titus is calling on the Prime Minister to investigate corruption. He will not. He will not. Because the Prime Minister facilitates corruption. And I say so without any fear of contradiction. Because for almost 1 year, the Prime Minister neglected to carry out his obligation as leader of this country to constitute an integrity commission, thereby providing his ministers an opportunity to violate the financial laws of this country. I understand they have since reconstituted the Integrity Commission. Have they all submitted all the new wealth that they have acquired? And that has to be investigated. But long story short, ladies and gentlemen, you do not have to despair. You give people an opportunity to prove themselves, and Kenson has proven to us that he has fallen short when it comes to integrity. He has proven to us that he has fallen short when it comes to character. And he has proven to us that he has fallen short when it comes to accountability to us. And so, the decision is clear. The choice is clear. We are going in one direction come the next general election. And if man to man can be so unjust, and we cannot trust that man, I say to you tonight, we are throwing our full weight behind the candidate of the United Workers' Party. And that is a woman that we can trust, a woman who understands what it is to work for what she wants and what it means to serve people. Ladies and gentlemen, as the 5-time candidate of the United Workers' Party in this constituency of Gros Islet, and a 2-time representative, I know what it is, I know what representation means. And I say to you, I wholeheartedly, fully, with all my heart, give Marcella Johnson my 100% endorsement as the candidate for the United Workers' Party for the constituency of Gros Islet. Ladies and gentlemen, when Marcella win, you win. And I say to you, we must put corruption to an end and bring in people who will provide to you real service. So, ladies and gentlemen, I take pleasure, I take pride, and it is for me an honor to introduce to you our next parliamentary representative in Gros Islet, Mrs. Marcella Johnson.
When Marcella win, you win. Gros Islet got what we waiting for. Boy, this election, guess who we voting for? Who we voting? Marcella Johnson to the max. Who we voting? Marcella Johnson to the max. Who we voting? Marcella Johnson to the max. To the max. To the max. Marcella Johnson to the max. When Marcella win, you win. When Marcella win, we all win. When Marcella win, you win. When Marcella win, all we want is accountability. All we need is transparency. Outstanding leadership with great qualities, with honesty and sincerity. A woman with a vision, a woman we can trust. This is a rep that will put the people first. If you want a leader to truly represent, we voted Marcella to the House of Parliament. Who we voting? Marcella Johnson to the max. Who we voting? Marcella Johnson to the max. Who we voting? Marcella Johnson to the max. To the max. To the max. Marcella Johnson to the max. When Marcella win, you win. When Marcella win, we all win. When Marcella win.
Bonsoir, bonsoir, maman ici ici. Jean Gros Islet. Bonsoir. Good evening to everyone watching both home and abroad. Good evening. A strong tree bends, but it does not break. For too long, people have underestimated me. They judged me by appearance, assumed I couldn't handle tough challenges. But strength isn't about size or looks or charm. I grew up in a humble community with 6 brothers. Yes, 6. If I wanted to play football with them, wrestle, or join in the action, I had to hold my own. I had to run, tackle, and fight for the ball, just like everyone else. Those early years taught me discipline, toughness, and self-belief. And they taught me this: if you want something, you must fight for it. 25 years in banking taught me a lot about people, about leadership. I learned that results
speak louder than words. Success doesn't come from talking. It comes from doing. And I am a doer. When I see something wrong, I don't wait. I don't look for somebody to do it. I roll up my sleeves and I get it done. I joined the United Workers' Party because I refuse to accept the injustices that have become normal in St. Lucia. Opportunities denied to the most deserving. Healthcare failing. Roads unfinished. This is a government that has failed. And so, I promise you, I will call it as I see it. I will hold leaders accountable, as I expect you, the people of Gros Islet, to hold me accountable too. Leadership is not about party loyalty. It's about the people who put their trust in you, their vote, their future in your hands. Our people are struggling. Medication is unavailable at the health centers. Pharmacy bills cost more than a week's pay. Water services in the north are unreliable. People complain on newsspin all the time. They are billed even if water does not get into their taps. And when they complain, they are threatened with disconnection. They are ignored. That is disrespect. This is not incompetence. It is government failure. For years, families have paid the price for a system that should serve them, but instead serves a few. And our road infrastructure falling apart. Look at the Rodney Bay Highway. This project should have been completed years ago. Instead, it was stopped by this uncaring government. And every day, every single day, the people of Gros Islet and the people of St. Lucia are left to pay the price. 2 hours stuck in traffic. 2 hours of wasted gas. 2 hours loss of productivity. And the nightmare goes on. This is neglect. Plain and simple. Neglect. When the UWP returns to office, we will finish the highway. Not for prestige, but because time is money. And you, the people, deserve better. Political leader, can I ask you a question? Tell them what you know about me. And if I was in office today, would that Rodney Bay Highway remain incomplete if I was in office?
No way.
Because I will hold you accountable. I would stand firm for the people of Gros Islet. I would be like a tick until it's done. So let's talk plans. Your plans, my plans, delivering together. Gros Islet officially became a township in 1985. Since then, it has grown rapidly, but it has not received the development it deserves. We, you and I, the people of Gros Islet, we will brand our town and create opportunities that benefit the people. We will work with communities to develop tourism opportunities, local tours, and products that reflect the unique character of Gros Islet. I know what it means to persevere. I raised my sons as a single mother when their father passed away. I have cared for my own children, stretched every dollar worrying about bills, stayed awake at night worrying about their safety and their future, like so many of you. That same care, that same sense of responsibility I bring to every child, every family, every resident of Gros Islet, and by extension, St. Lucia. I have lived that struggle, and that is why I will never turn my back on those trying to make ends meet. And to the men in office who enrich themselves while children go hungry, I say to you, you may have the power, but you will never have my heart, because the people know it. We have leaders flaunting wealth. They cannot explain it, pretending to be role models. Their example? Greed, not greatness. They know themselves, and we know them. So I ask you, do you know them? Tell me who they are. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Leadership is like a football. You can't win by standing still. You have to fight for every ball, defend what matters, pass at the right moment, and push forward as a team. That is how I lead, and this is how I will fight for Gros Islet. When Marcella wins, you win. When Marcella wins, the youth win. Women win. Working families win. Gros Islet wins. We will fix our roads. We will make healthcare affordable and reliable. We will restore opportunity for our youth. We will bring back pride, productivity, and respect to Gros Islet. Water supply, yes, water supply will be a top priority in this constituency. Too many people are suffering right now. We will improve storage and distribution, promote safe rainwater storage, and explore desalination. Our elderly, the protectors of our history, we will respect them, support them, and keep them socially active. We will take care and look out for our elderly who deserve the dignity for building this nation with their bare hands. I am here today as a symbol of change for our young people, for families, for every St. Lucian who feels left behind. From Toulouge to Cap Estate. I built myself from the ground up. It took hard work, honesty, and sacrifice. And you can do it too. The alternative is clear. More neglect, more broken promises, more government failure. That is what the SLP offers. Failure. The SLP has failed you. And when they have failed you, what must you do? What must you do? What must you do? We have had enough of talk. It is time for action, accountability, and results. So let us make the choice together. Choose courage over comfort. Action over excuses. Progress over politics. When the next election is called, stand with the United Workers' Party under the leadership of the Honorable Alan Chasney and vote for change. Let me hear you. Vote for change. Vote for change. Because when Marcella wins, you win. When UWP wins, St. Lucia wins. And together, we will play the game. We will fight and bring home the victory for Gros Islet. Thank you. God bless you. And God bless our beautiful St. Lucia.
Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell the party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell the party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? Take the pressure no more. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell the party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell the party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for?
What they waiting for? Tell them ring the bell so that we can get an opportunity to choose integrity over above all. And come next election, ladies and gentlemen, we have an opportunity to get rid of all those corrupt politicians who are in the business of self-service rather than providing representation to the people. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to make a couple quick announcements. I just want to inform you that as of now, the United Workers' Party has its own radio station, Fire FM. And we would like you to start tuning into Fire FM so that you can listen to the words that are brought to you to shed light and tell you the truth and the reality of what is happening in St. Lucia. So you can go on your dial and tune to 107.7 FM, and that is Fire FM. That is where we will be putting more fire under the St. Lucia Labour Party to get them out of office. Another announcement I wish to make, ladies and gentlemen, is the fact that today we have this Sunday Live here. But every Sunday, we have a Sunday Live. But before next Sunday's Sunday Live, at 12:30, there will be a massive motorcade in the constituency of Castries Southeast. Now, Guy told me something. You all remember the days of Spider-Kid? Well, Guy told me there will be nothing by what they're going to have on Sunday. So let's all go out there and see for ourselves. And after the motorcade, we'll be having a massive public meeting near Kentucky in Cul-de-sac. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is your date for next Sunday. Clear your calendar. From 12:30, it is Castries Southeast. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, I want to focus on the real issues of our country. What our country lacks the most right now is leadership. What our country lacks the most right now is visionary leadership. What the country lacks the most right now is a leader who has been tried, tested, and proven that he can do it. And I believe in the saying that if Flabo has done it, Flabo can do it. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to present to you the captain of that formidable team that will make it happen for you. We have given you a sample of what will save our St. Lucia, the SOS. Now I will give you the man that will pilot all of those SOS that we need in this country to make the change that we deserve. Ladies and gentlemen, as we work towards righting the wrong, I present to you the man who will preside over it all, the real leader when it comes to politics and governance, the Honorable Alan Michael Chasney, your next Prime Minister.
Action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers, 'cause a man can say, he'll turn your night into day. And a man can say, he'll take your sufferings away. And a man can say, he'll roll your dark clouds away. When it comes to showing, gonna take some knowing, yeah. Hey, action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers, because action speaks louder than words. Don't be deceived by all those fancy talkers, 'cause anyone can say.
My beautiful brothers and sisters from St. Lucia, from Gros Islet, all those persons listening online here in St. Lucia, to all our brothers and sisters who are in the diaspora watching us tonight, thank you very, very much. And most importantly, thank you to the Lord for one more day. One more day I can raise my voice. One more day that I have the strength to keep fighting for St. Lucia and fighting for you, because you know I love you very, very, very much. Last week, I spoke about two very important words in politics. I spoke about integrity, which is the ability to consistently follow ethical and moral direction. And I said that the most important thing about integrity is that you continue to have a high moral and ethical standard when people are not watching you. That's very important. And we spoke about lies, the deliberate intent to deceive people. And when people lie, it means that they have no integrity. And very often, the reason why people lie is for corruption. And it's corruption to benefit themselves. So when we see people lying, that should be the first red flag. Red flag telling us something is wrong. And we have become too amenable, too sympathetic, too soft on holding our politicians, and particular our leaders, accountable for lies. So this week, there were a couple of things that happened
that should again remind us as to why we cannot trust the Labour Party. The first one is that Stephenson King, the snake, the lazy roller, has now come out. And I thought Stephen Favre did a great job in pointing out some of the issues. But he came out because the lies have now caught up with him. And the people in Castries North now know who he is. The Flabos and the independent voters who were made to believe that Stephenson King was going to be independent and he was going to be a patriot. But guess what? When we suspected that Steve was going to turn on us, I had a meeting with him at Cocoa Palm. Because Steve did not know when I was going to call the election. And my intention was to call the election the next day. So I asked him, I said, Steve, are you okay? He said, yes, PM. I said, you sure? He said, yes, PM. I said, so we're good? He said, yes, PM. I said, all right, I'm going down to NTN. Come with me. Let's go. So we're going to NTN? I said, yes. You just told me everything is good. So let's go and tell the people of this country that everything is good. So he came down to NTN. And he bragged about the roads that we were doing. He bragged about HIA Airport. He bragged about the success the government had. Remember, he did not know that the next day I was going to call the election. So the next day, when I called the election, he then told us, oh, he is not going to run with United Workers' Party. Now, people had gotten word of that. And people were asking him, why are you painting your office? He said, oh, he's just putting fresh paint on. We said, why is it blue? He said, no, that's just the primer. And he painted it back yellow. But when we called the next election the following day, he went back and painted the building blue. In the middle of the election, Philip Pierre said that Vaughan Lewis, who was the Prime Minister and the leader of the United Workers' Party, had left the United Workers' Party. Remember the same man that they called Toujours Sous? That he left the United Workers' Party and went and joined the Labour Party. I don't know where he got his information from, but he said that Marcella had left the United Workers' Party and joined the Labour Party. And then he slipped and said Stephenson King was going to leave the United Workers' Party and join the Labour Party. Steve went out the next day and said, no. That's not true. Now, I say that because this week, Stephenson King wants to convince St. Lucians that he's a good man. He's not a good man. He said that he won Castries North by himself. You hear a lie? You hear a lie? How you won it by yourself? Did the Labour Party run a candidate in Castries North? How can a political party of 60 years not run a Labour candidate in Castries North? How? You see lie? So Steve ran as an independent and Labour did not run a candidate. And like the other day, they went and convinced the Labour supporters to vote for Steve. The Labourers were so awash to get United Workers' Party out of office. Awage. They're so awage to get Flabo out of office that they went and voted for the lazy roller. And the independent voters, some of them believed him and voted for him, and many of them did not go out and vote. And the Flabos were confused because people like Mikey Pilgrim, Mrs. Compton, Lady Compton, Dr. King went out and endorsed Stevenson King. And I dare say, for the first time, we saw the church get involved in the campaign when the Archbishop at the time came out and supported Stevenson King. So for people to have been confused, I understand. But time reveals all the truths that we need to know. So what do we know now? The Laborites, they don't want Steve. Because they found out that he is the lazy roller. They found out that he's the snake. And they don't believe that he has represented them. Yet still, the Labour Party, who says that they are a Democratic party, said they're not putting up a Labour candidate again and are asking the Laborites to support Stevenson King. But I see there's a young man, Marcella, who has the courage to stand up at least to say, Steve, Sapaye Labour. Sapa Labour. Okay? He's not Labour. And Labour knows that he's not Labour. So I'm now asking all the Flabos from Castries North, time to come home. Time to come home. And all of the independents. You've had close to 40 years of Stevenson King. A prime minister, two-time minister of infrastructure, minister of health, minister of sports, and yet the constituency has not progressed the way it should have progressed. And I will say it to you in plain English. If Steve has not done what he needs to do for the constituency, 5 more years will be wasting 5 more years. And particularly when you have a person like Stephen Fravier, a person from the constituency, a person whose family's roots are from the constituency, a person who went abroad and excelled, a person who is going to bring tremendous value and, more importantly, has a vision for Castries North. And unlike Stevenson King, who does not know the difference between right and wrong, Stephen Fravier knows the difference between right and wrong. We saw that Steve has failed as the Minister of Wasco. It has never been worse. That was the same Wasco that was in existence when we were in government. And I want to speak specifically to the workers. When we came in 2016, nobody had respect for the Wasco and Wasco workers. On the United Workers' Party, in less than 5 years, Wasco was raised out and risen to the top where we could see them perform like they had never performed before, and were dealing with the problems that this country had. Under United Workers' Party, they would not be the water shortages that we have right now. We would have found real solutions. And that is why I love Marcella Johnson, because she's a doer. And she said to you, she asked me the question, and I said, no way, why? Because I know if I get into cabinet and she has problems, she's not going to stop until those problems get resolved. SLASPA, HIA Airport, give away our GPH port, sell our lands in Banan. Only a man who is there for his own personal interest would make those kinds of decisions, not a man who is a patriot. It's an insult to all of us for Stephenson King to call himself a patriot. I speak of another lie. There's another man parading around saying that he is an independent Labour candidate. Do any of you know what that means? Other than him wearing a red shirt? What I know is that that same Labour Party said that he was a drug lord. They said that he was the worst thing to happen in politics in St. Lucia. And here's what I know, because remember, action speaks louder than words. Don't be confused by all those fancy talkers. Richard Fedrick, have you gotten your membership to the Labour Party yet? How many times he came on TV and said, next week I'm getting my membership? Richard, Labour Party does not want you. And soon you will find out that the people from Castries Central also don't want you. And the only people that I know that may want you are the Americans. And maybe that's why the Navy ships are down in the Caribbean. So watch yourself. This is the same man who came to my constituency when we were trying to fix up the Duga Community Center and told us that's a government asset and he dares me to touch it. And if I touch it, it'll be between him and the government of St. Lucia. This is the same man that we completed the Blasha Community Center. And up to now, it has not opened. That falls under Richard Fedrick. The community centers in Choiseul that have not been opened. But we see you, we hear you, and we're not scared of you anymore. Some of the speakers tonight have spoken probably about one of the most egregious events to take place, I think, in the history of St. Lucia. And that is what has happened with the Caregivers Program. And remember, this is a program that started under NICE. And I'm very proud of the fact that when we came into government, that we expanded the program and added even more NICE workers. And all the persons who were on contract, we allowed the contracts to come to an end. After this election, there was 21 caretakers in my constituency. Every single one of them was replaced. Every one of them. But guess what? They won. Remember Philip here told us that. We won. And that's what protecting the victory is all about. But here's the problem. That you would now, at this stage in your past 4 years, only now want to go and make them permanent. Now. Why now? Why now? But they'll say, better late than never. Okay. You then have a person get up and say that we're so happy that we're now going to make sure that when we go to the elections, we're going to bring our family, we're going to bring our friends, and we're going to make sure that we vote with the star. And that we're going to make sure that Alan Chasney never, never, never gets back into office. You remember the time when Minister Rambali said that Sir John was a toothless tiger? And he said, try me. I want to know when the United Workers' Party wins the next election and when I am the Prime Minister and I call you to a meeting, what are you going to say then? But I want to be very clear. I am not concerned about Alan Chasney. What I'm concerned about is two things. All the flabos who have parents that they need caretakers for. How are you going to feel now that the caretakers have declared their loyalty to the SLP and played politics? Do you want them to come and take care of your family? Now here's the thing. That may not be a problem, because if this is now a part of the SLP party at the expense of the taxpayers of this country, who is going to decide which parents are going to be taken care of? That is the danger of what has just transpired. Now, the Labour Party promised people that they would increase the non-taxable threshold to $4,000. Have they done it? They promised people $1,500. Did you get it? The Labour Party promised the police bulletproof vests. Have they got it yet? I remember they had a press conference, huh? They promised people back pay. Have they gotten their back pay? Labour Party never told you that they were going to increase the taxes in St. Lucia. They never told you they were going to increase the VAT back to 15.5%. They never told you that they were going to raise the gas prices and charge you more. They never told you that bus fares were going to go up. They never told you that the price of bread was going to go up. They never told you those things. So this program does not get approved until the budget. I hope those people that were given a promise, that promise is going to be delivered. But one thing I can assure everybody in St. Lucia is that we will not play politics with government. Because any program that's built on politics, that is a wrong. And when you vote for United Workers' Party, we will right that wrong. We will make sure that this is a program for everyone. We'll make sure people are qualified and no rules are broken and any exceptions made. That is a promise by me and also a promise by the United Workers' Party. At this time, I don't know where she's gone, Marcella. So if Marcella's out there, I'm asking Marcella to come up, please. I said to you last meeting, that this election is not that difficult. Because if you think of it for a moment, United Workers' Party was in government for 5 years under Alan Chasney with COVID. Labour Party has now been in government for 4.5 years under Philip Pierre. And this election, I am going back up as the leader of the United Workers' Party, and Philip Pierre is going up for the leader of the Labour Party. So we now know the truth. So I want to ask you a question. Who do you trust more to grow tourism in this country? A man that said, after being a minister of tourism, after being all those years in government, that when COVID came, he said he did not know that tourism was so important to our economy? A government that will continue to lie that when they came in, tourism was on the rebound. And today, as we speak, that this will be one of the worst years in tourism that St. Lucia has had in a very long time. I want you to listen to one number only. In 2019, St. Lucia had 14 flights a week to England. 14. Barbados had 21 flights a week from Barbados to England. Today, St. Lucia has 5 flights a week to London, and those 5 flights are shared with Tobago, with Guyana, and with Grenada. And Barbados has 35 flights a week to the United Kingdom. We've heard nothing. All we hear is excuses and more lies. Labor cannot deliver on tourism. Unemployment. We saw the Labour Party went and changed how we calculate unemployment to boast at the lowest level of unemployment. I don't have to ask you, but you know, on the United Workers' Party, we created thousands of new jobs in the call centers, thousands of jobs in construction. On the United Workers' Party, every little contractor got a piece. On the Labour Party, only one contractor gets all. So who do you trust more to reduce unemployment? Philip Pierre or Alan Chastney? Agriculture. Look at the plans we had, the ambitions we had for bananas and for the 7 crops. The money that we were putting into agriculture. Today you see that agriculture has become only in the history books. We don't know what agriculture is anymore. Farmers are not being treated as farmers. So I ask you the question, who do you trust more to deliver on agriculture? Philip Pierre or Alan Chastney? Who do you trust more to manage your money? Who is going to make the tough decisions and make sure that you, the people, are getting value for your taxes? Which prime minister is going to lead the way and make sure we reduce taxes and put ching-ching in your pocket? Or Philip Pierre, who's going to continue to take higher taxes and taking money from your pocket? This is why, my brothers and sisters, that we came up with the SOS plan. 7 from heaven. 7 from heaven. Healthcare insurance. Eliminate the 2.5% value added and bring VAT back to 12.5% and work towards getting VAT down to 10%. Getting rid of the dredging fee for the people in the South on their bills. Giving a pension for the banana farmers of this country, who this country was built on their back. That we're now going to provide free tuition to all those persons going to Sir Arthur. And let me put everybody straight. We're going to strengthen Sir Arthur like we did last time. We're not going to weaken it. And we're going to make sure that more people can go to Sir Arthur than ever before. The typical Labour Party playbook, my brothers and sisters. 3 people have been murdered this weekend. The latest one, if you've not heard, was shot 4 times in the head. This is the country we're living in now. And what the Labour Party wants to do is to put a FET on, deny that there's a national security problem, even though when the Medical and Dental Association came out and said what? It has never been worse. No solutions. No plan. just lies. And I've said to you, we know that integrity matters, especially in politics. And once you start to lie, the lie generally is to corruption. So again, I want us to think for a moment, just for a moment. The Labour Party has had 3 launches, mobilizing people all over the place, singers, all kinds of stuff going on, correct? Can anybody tell me one policy, one thing that the Labour Party has said over the last 3 weeks to make your life better? Has the Labour Party told us the money from CIP, the $3 billion US dollars, where is it? Have they told us the $400 million US dollars from GPH? Where is it? The $110 million that NLA has borrowed on the backs of the young people of this country. Have they told us where the money has gone? Have they explained to us the $400 million in St. Jude's? Have they given us an excuse as to why HIA hasn't even begun yet? They said that they were going to get the money from Kuwait for the road. Now they're telling us they're going to go up to Washington, D.C. to get the money from World Bank and IMF and OPEC. This government only knows how to do one thing, and that is to lie. And the lies are to cover up the corruption that's taking place. So I want to say to all of us, this election is a very easy election, and we must remain very focused. So here's the next lie. The Labour Party is pretending that they want to have elections before the end of the year. I say pretend. Because if you were going to win 17-0, there was no need to go and spend all this money and waste people's time having these meetings. Call the election. Ring the bell. What you waiting for? But I want all solutions to know tonight. We have launched our 17 candidates. We've put out our SOS program to save our St. Lucia, the 7 from heaven. We will continue to have our Sunday lives every Sunday. We'll go to every nook and corner of this country. But we are not going to go and fool the people and waste resources chasing you around St. Lucia. Stop bluffing the people. If you are ready, ring the bell. But this party, under my leadership, will not go and spend money and fool the people. We are going to continue to prepare ourselves on the ground. We're going to come and meet you at your homes and in your communities. And when the bell has rung, you will then hear the voice and the roar of the United Workers' Party. And you will hear the voice of the people of St. Lucia to tell you it is time for you to go and we need to get our country back. Thank you very much.
Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man they bring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man they bring the bell. Tell Labour Party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man they bring the bell. Tell Labour Party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? They can't take the pressure no more. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? They can't take the pressure no more. From the GPA to CIP, so now they playing big man.
What they waiting for? Tell them ring the bell. Because SLP must go. SLP have to go. And SLP will go. Right or wrong, ladies and gentlemen, this is a movement and a call to action of every St. Lucian. Be sure that you are on the voters list. Put your ID card aside as of now. So whenever that election is called, that you can make your contribution to that victory, because it will be a glorious day when we can save our St. Lucia and bring back the United Workers' Party with Alan Michael Shasley as our Prime Minister. Ladies and gentlemen, you're in Gros Islet tonight. And I hope the ancillary canaries passy don't get upset. But as far as I'm concerned, he's a homeboy. He used to be the captain of our under-19 cricket team. You know, but he has since moved on and become the #1 man for ancillary canaries. He has since moved on and become one of the best tourism ministers you've ever had. He distinguished himself when he was chair of, I can never remember that name, the Caribbean Tourism Organization. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a man who has distinguished himself and proven himself with his track record that he is a worker. And that is why, as part of the formidable team of the United Workers' Party, we have as one of our deputies the man, Senator Dominic Fede, who I will now call to the podium to address.
Mama Flabo! Girard, you mad? It's there all the way. Back in 2016, they try and bring victory. But now in 2021, they say Girard winning. But let me tell you who that's the right man for Canaway. Tell me, Jack Mel, Millet, and the whole of Ansare. F-E-D-E-E, Fede is the man for we. F-E-D-E-E, Flabo is the right party. F-E-D-E-E, Fede is the man for we. F-E-D-E-E, Flabo is the right party. Remember last 5 years, what Labour people saying? They all was telling us that better days are coming. But Fede that do everything and he just...
Good night, good night, good night, Flabo Warriors! I think tonight the greatest political comeback in history is beginning right here in Gros Islet. Now, I saw a man yesterday in Castries with a yellow shirt, and across the top of the shirt, I saw the word Kudi. So, it piqued my curiosity. I asked the man, why do you have a shirt that is written Kudi? He said to me, Fede, because the Labour Party is ridiculous. The Labour Party is so desperate that you mispronounce a word, and they took thousands of our taxpayers' money to make dozens of memes all over Facebook about you. And he said, you know, Spider was right. The word Kudi mean that all of them ran away so much that they became Tudi. And when you put Kudi and Tudi together, you get Kudi. So guess what? I will be printing 100 Kudi shirts. And before election day, it's going to be distributed to you, the members of the UWP, on a first-come, first-served basis. But that man with the Kudi shirt, he told me, Fede, I want you to represent the facts. He said to me, Fede, this is what really happened. Titus Previll from Babonneau resigned his job from CARICOM, and Virginia Poyet saw trouble, so she Kudi. And then he said to me, Fede, tell them that Dr. Pauline Antoine from Choiseul recognized that in Choiseul that the movement is X for flex. And so she didn't want to be flexed out, so she cooey. She cooey so much, so she tudi. And now she became Kudi. But hear the truth now, what has happened. Hear what has happened in Castries Southeast. You see, Guy Joseph, you must never make the mistake and say you will run against Guy Joseph. Guy Joseph have too much fire. And Joachim, being a fellow Seventh-day Adventist brother, knows that there's nobody in St. Lucia politics who can bring fire like Guy. So Joachim say, I know I only win by a couple. So guess what? I am not going to go so that Guy will eat me for lunch. So Joachim, what did he do? He cooey. You see, he cooey so much that he too did. So we have a shirt for Joachim. And it will be written, Kudi Castry Southeast. Now, I cannot miss what has happened in Vieux-Fort South. In Vieux-Fort South, you, the National Council of the United Workers' Party, you elected a powerful young lady by the name of Lady Lee. And Kenny Anthony, who was hoping to make a comeback as the political leader, recognized that Lady Lee is like Marcella. They both are women on fire. So the flame of the fire in the South became too big for Kenny. So Kenny cooey. Now, you don't disrespect the big boss. You don't disrespect the big boss. So my boy Gibo Ferdinand, who was trounced twice in a row by the big boss Shas. So instead of being trounced a third time, Gibo Ferdinand said to Harak Singh, I had enough of that guy. He's too hot to handle. So guess what? Gibo Ferdinand, he cooey. And he too did. So guys, I want to say that poor Harak Singh, she doesn't have the confidence to have a meeting, her launch in her own constituency, that she has to run to Mikud North in hiding. And that's what happened. She cooey too. So you see, after you go and you register your vote, it will be a landslide victory. And after that victory, your tooth kai cooey. So you know what? I will have the Kudi shirts very soon. It's going to be a limited edition. Now, I want to big up my girl Marcella tonight. Put it up for Marcella. This is the best Sunday Live we have ever had. This is the best organized Sunday Live. And I want you to put your hands together for the determination of this lady who never says never. Marcella never gives up. Marcella is always determined that when she puts her head to get something done, it gets done. And that spirit she will bring towards the representation of Gros Islet here in the north of the island.
And I want to say something to you, Dominic. We have your back in Gros Islet. Because you know what? Gros Islet and Ancillary must win together. And this election, Gros Islet and Ancillary will win and bring the victory home for the United Workers' Party.
So one of my favorite colleagues. But you know, what Marcella, apart from being a businesswoman and a former banker and a wonderful mother of two amazing boys and a great wife to her amazing husband, what Marcella is doing here tonight is that she's making a profound statement. And that statement that she is making is that you, the woman, have always been the bedrock of politics in the Caribbean. And I want to bring you up tonight. I want to say tonight, we respect the strength of the women of our party. And we, the men, we stand with you. And we value everything that you have done. And so, Mr. Producer, I want to take a moment to big up some really special women in the audience tonight. I want to big up Fortuna, whom you've seen spoken tonight. I want to bring up Nancy Charles, who these days is becoming a regional strategist and fighting elections all over the Caribbean. I want to bring up Joycelyn Fletcher for the amazing job you do on Facebook, taking on the Labour Party. I want to bring up Sarah Flood Mowbray, who is a tower of strength within the United Workers' Party. I want to bring up Janine Girodi, the school principal, I call her. Janine keeps us in order. I want to bring up Jenny Sinqua from Castries Central. Alison Joseph from Castries East. Minova Ward from the diaspora. Minova Bissett from Gros Islet. I want to bring up Soraya, who's here tonight. A lady who's fearless. I want to bring up Kelly Ann Bernadine from Castries East, who is in the secretariat behind the scenes. And to the best political fundraiser I've ever met in my whole life, I want to bring up Raquel Chasney, our First Lady in Waiting. I want to bring up Deborah Schwartz and Feria Cox and Trisha. And I want to bring up Delitra and Edley Blaze and Julie and all of you wonderful women from Ancillary Canaries who follow the United Workers' Party everywhere we go. I want to bring up Jacinta Lee from Castries North and Estelle George, who is doing an amazing job. If I forget any of you, I love you. Beryl George, our General Secretary, doing a most amazing job behind the scenes. And then there's a lady from Barbados who I'm not sure she wants me to call her name. But this lady has inspired all of us. And this lady is a tower of strength for the United Workers' Party. And we are happy that she is part of our campaign. So women, you are the bedrock of our movement. My own mom is attending her first Flabo Live in person tonight. And I want to bring up my mom, who never wanted me to be in politics. But I thank you, Mom, for being here tonight. And I thank my sister-in-law, Sarah, for coming out. And my brother, Jose, for wearing my T-shirt. Thank you, dude. You know, this has been the worst response we have seen from a government to a cost of living crisis. Governments all over the world, what they did in response to the spiraling out of control prices that came about in the aftermath of COVID is that they increased subsidies to give their people a break. They kept transportation and gas prices low. They lowered taxes and duties on food items. And they even allow people to bring in their own food in barrels and in boxes and in other consignments from all over the world duty-free. They provided income support to their people in times of crisis like Alan Shastney did during COVID. But Philip J. Perry and his administration has done the complete opposite. They gave us the 2.5% levy. They increased the price of bread. They kept gas prices high. And they increased bus fares on all of the people of St. Lucia. They stopped several construction projects that were implemented by the Alan Shastney administration to try to stimulate construction jobs and to create a buffer for the country that was going through one of its most difficult times. And so 4 years have passed, and you, the people of St. Lucia, have endured high taxes, lower subsidies, and very, very high cost of living. The Labour Party recognize that they are less than desired, that now we are on the brink of an election and all of a sudden inflation is no longer imported. It is no longer impossible for them to do anything. And we see them move in a scurry with a number of election gimmicks. We see that one of the first things they did was that they announced that they are going to give the civil servants a $500 bonus. Now I want to say tonight, to you civil servants watching, I know you agree with me that that's just a tikakada. I know you agree with me that that cannot pay a month of your mortgage. I know you agree with me that from the time that was announced, that 500 bonus is already finished. I know you agree with me that you want a government with a more comprehensive economic recovery plan so that we can bring real relief to you, the people of St. Lucia. And so a $500 bonus will not cut it. We say to the government, reel and come again. And now they introduced another gimmick. We saw on TV this week that they have told the caregivers that they are going to make them permanent. All of a sudden, they were in contract with the SSDF, and now they are told that they are going to be permanent. Now, think about that for a moment. Permanent. But they say that this will be done in April. So I want to say to those aspiring caregivers who would have liked the program to be opened up, I want to say to you that the United Workers' Party plan to expand the social care to beyond caregivers. We are looking at childcare. We're looking at more opportunities for you, the care workers of this country. So let your heart not be troubled. The Labour Party cannot shut the door on you. The United Workers' Party, we have your back. And we say to Philip J. Prayer, wheel and come again. They spread propaganda that we will stop the youth economy. There is nothing further from the truth. In fact, what we will do is that we believe that the $5,000 grant that the young people are given to open businesses all over this country, that is not enough to start a real business. And so under Alan Michael Shasney, the United Workers' Party will increase the maximum grant that a young person can get in this country to start a business. And I want to say to you further that it was Alan Shasney who negotiated the loan with the CARICOM Development Fund for tourism, small businesses, and for small businesses that are coming under the Ministry of Commerce run by Emma Hippolyte. And in that spirit, Alan Shasney, as the captain of our ship, will negotiate more loans to make financing available to more businesses in St. Lucia. We say to the Labour Party, wheel and come again. They say that we want to stop the semi-professional league for the young people in this country. It was the United Workers' Party that transformed playing fields in Micoud South, Micoud North, the Soufriere Mini Stadium, the two Denneries, and all over St. Lucia. It was us who put together a comprehensive approach to establish the National Youth Academy right here in Bossejou, Gros Islet at Bella Rosa. And you want to tell us that we will stop the football? What a desperate government the United Workers' Party will build on a comprehensive approach to sports. Nurses who are promised partial tuition fee. We say to the nurses that the United Workers' Party's plan is not to give you partial tuition fee. We will do better than that. We will give you your entire tuition fee at Sir Arthur Lewis 100% free. That is what we're about. We're about building the man holistically. Philip Pear told us that tax returns in 100 days and that were under $5,000 that he will deliver it. He told us that if you are making $4,000 a month, that you wouldn't have to pay taxes. He has failed to deliver on both of those promises. The only government that understands how to reduce taxes and how to bring relief to the people of St. Lucia is a government of the United Workers' Party. So as I close, I say to Labour, it is over. It is over. It is too late. You're free. You're free, Yako. You're free, Madu.
Tell them man ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. What they waiting for? What they waiting for? What they waiting for? The pressure no more.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and before I bring on our final speaker for the night, let me just run through a couple announcements. First of all, we would like to invite you to a Grand Creole Community Night in the constituency of Micoud South, where Micoud South meets Vieux-Fort North for a joint Creole night, and that takes place on Saturday the 18th of October 2025, starting from 7 p.m. Tickets are on sale and they cost $75. That will be taking place at the T. Rocher Multipurpose Center. So please get your tickets and come and have an evening of fun and entertainment. And again, don't forget on Sunday next week, we have that grand motorcade from 12:30 in Castries Southeast with the real Guy Joseph. And afterwards, we will be having our grand public open air Sunday live near the Kentucky in Cul-de-sac. I also want to let you know, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, we do not have Like It Is tomorrow because on holidays we do not bring you Like It Is, but we will be back the following week. But on Tuesday, you will have the usual Flabo press briefing. On Thursday, and I have to be careful what I say here tonight. I was about to say meet the opposition, but they warned me already. It is meet the government in waiting on Thursday. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are all. Now, I just want to acknowledge a few people before I call on our final speaker. And I just want to go to the constituency of Castries East once again. You know, they say, because one or two saw losers, misbehave, they want to suggest that there's disunity in this party. Let me point out the unity that there is in this party to you. In Castries East, we have endorsed the man that will topple Philip Pierre, and that is Peter Chico. And when I said so, the first person who stood up with her hand in the air was our former candidate, Fortuna Belrose, who is 100% behind it. And if you don't believe there is unity in that camp, we even have our previous candidate from more than 2 elections ago, Guy Mayers, is also here in support. In Denry North, we have Bradley Marcel Fulgence, and he has the full support of Senator Farah Polius behind him 100%, and she's somewhere here tonight with us. In Soufrière, ladies and gentlemen, in Soufrière, we have a former candidate who is here tonight and has his full support behind the man Herod. I speak of Ricky Alexander, who ran with me in 2001. Ladies and gentlemen, in the constituency of Castries North, we have the former candidate, Janine Girodi, who is here tonight in full support of Stephen Favre. Of course, she is the former president of the Senate. Beaufort North, ladies and gentlemen, we know he's not here tonight, he couldn't make it tonight, but he has already given his full endorsement to the candidate for Beaufort North, Calix Kakal Xavier, and I'm talking about Vincent London, who is behind him. And if you think Kakal doesn't have support, even the previous candidate who ran in 2011 is here and in full support of Kakal. I speak of Nancy Charles, ladies and gentlemen. In Castries Central, the last time we had someone honorable represent Castries Central, it was when Sarah Flood was the representative. And she is here tonight in full support of our candidate for Castries Central, Rush Clark. And of course we know Sister Sarah is here in full support of Sister Marcella as well. And ladies and gentlemen, just the last secret I want to tell you. There's a fellow who ran the last 5 elections in Gros Islet, from 2001 to 2021. And guess what he come to do here tonight? He come to give his full endorsement to Sister Marcella Johnson as the next parliamentary representative for Gros Islet. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And before I bring on the next speaker, there's a big announcement I want you all to bear in mind. That is tomorrow. In the constituency of Gros Islet, ladies and gentlemen, the constituency of Gros Islet presents a big motorcade with Sister Marcella. And that is, we assemble at Shock Boundary and we go throughout the constituency of Gros Islet from 12 p.m. So those of you who wish to join us, meet us at Shock from 12 p.m. and we'll have a constituency-wide motorcade tomorrow. All right? And we will be ending right here. Now, and of course, we'll be repeating it the following Sunday with Guy. So, ladies and gentlemen, the attacks have begun. I see. They tell me Ricky T will be here, so you have to be here. That is tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. There's no better thing you can do if you're holiday than join us tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, the attacks have begun. I see they're launching an attack on Kakal. They're launching an attack on all of our candidates. I see the old man, God rest his soul, his political soul, I mean, Missy. Kenny Anthony, who is dead and buried politically, launching threats at a young man. But, you know, I just want to say, there comes a time when you have to accept the inevitable and bow out gracefully. And tell Kenny, don't let younger people than himself understand that better than he does. So, Kenny, your time has passed. Kenny and people like Stevenson King should just go into retirement and fade away with the sunset and accept that the day is done. But ladies and gentlemen, I bring you the present and future of St. Lucia politics. One of the gentlemen who has added value to that remarkable United Workers' Party team. I am not talking about people looking for a job. I am talking about people who leave big job to come and serve us. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me. Welcome to the podium, the man who will dethrone Ernest Hiller.
To the sounds of crying,
ladies and gentlemen.
Another mother shedding her tears. Oh, yeah. Why all the pain and suffering? Why all the senseless killing? Could it be that nobody cares? Oh, no. So many sons lost in the slaughter, blood running in the streets like water. A gun in hand knows no friend, no. Warmongers selling my land. Getting rich off the souls of we children. Can you tell me when will it end? How many more jobs?
The Lord is my light and my salvation. The Lord is the stronghold of my life. Of whom shall I be afraid? My brothers and sisters, good night. Good night. The hour is urgent, and the task at hand is great. And the cost of inaction will be not quantified in money, but in contempt and condemnation of future generations who will curse our silence and will damn our complacency. You see, my brothers and sisters, this last week was very, very revealing to me. I received many calls lamenting of the threats or what some perceive to be a threat made by the longest serving living prime minister of this country to me. Many expected me to, or expect me to return that response in kind. But I say no. I say no. You see, that's not the Flabo way. But what I will say to the Honorable, 2 words, or rather 3 words. Thank you, sir. You see, what Kenny Anthony did for me is that he cemented in my mind that I made the right decision to join the United Workers' Party. In fact, you know, I have asked myself, how comes this vile, vulgar, and violent brand of politics that is practiced by Philip J. Pierre, cloaked deceptively in the People First agenda? I couldn't believe. I thought that this was a radical departure from Kenny Anthony's type of politics. My brothers and sisters, these words told me no. What we've seen is simply a pedestrianization and a brute expression of Kenny's politics on display here in St. Lucia. You see, his words cemented to me that I am with the right party. Now, although this party is not the oldest party in St. Lucia, it is the party that has delivered most for our country. It is the party with a record of doing right by St. Lucia, even in the face of adversity. And that's why when Sir John had to deal with bringing us into independence, I can well imagine he knew that he most likely would have lost the election after that. But he proceeded with a country first agenda. And closer to home, I witnessed Alan Michael Shastney during COVID. He could have put politics first, but he chose to put you, the good people of St. Lucia, first. He could have decided to call this election just after he was able to manage the pandemic. But he said, no, no. And what did we see the Labour Party do? They went out marching in the streets. They went out marching in the streets. And I could tell you, my brothers and sisters, while I'm no scientist and I don't know about this science, I could tell you, this, for me, cemented the biggest form of lack of leadership on the part of the Labour Party. I will tell you something. The 1997 to 2006 administration almost erased all the gains that Sir John made over the last 40 years prior. And that's why I have tremendous respect for Sir John. Had he not returned in 2006, we would have had to deal with a 20-year Labour administration. My brothers and sisters, I want you to think about that. 20 years. And if you want to know what 20 years of a Labour administration looks like, just go down the road in St. Vincent, you'll see. Or go up north in Dominica. But thank God for Sir John George Melvin Compton. And thank God for Alan in 2016, who retired Kenny Anthony. Thank God for you, my brother, my great political leader. But I want to tell him his anger is misdirected. It's misdirected, my brothers and sisters, because it is Pierre and Richard who relegated him to the back benches of our parliament. Not me. It is Pierre and Richard who relegated you to the back benches. It's serious. It is Pierre who authorized the declaration of Beaufort an escalated crime zone, not me. And my brothers and sisters, I'm certain he would have had to endorse that. And I will say something tonight. The Labour Party was the butcher of Beaufort South. They butchered the economic destiny of an entire generation. And the irony of it all, they handpick a butcher. The irony of it all, and what is butcher going to do? You see, the laundry list of promises presented by Butcher last Sunday was an indictment on his mentor. This is not a regular man, a man who was 15 years prime minister. 28 years. He became prime minister when I perhaps was 10 years, my brothers and sisters. But I will tell you something. Kenny wants to vicariously continue to rule in Beaufort South through Butcher. You know, I went up to Mullah Sheikh some time ago. I hiked up Mullah Sheikh and I looked over, and Viewfort is the most beautiful part of our country, but the most underdeveloped part of our country. And when Alan said that he was going to develop Viewfort and was going to have the Pearl of the Caribbean and DSH, they stopped it. And so now, when I make the claim, which is a factual claim, that the average young man who is a victim of crime, gun violence in Viewfort, is between the age of 25 and 28, my brothers and sisters, I was not lying. The data is there to show it. Someone WhatsApp me and told me, you know, Tommy, if the Arawaks rode into St. Lucia, the place they would recognize first is Viewfort. My brothers and sisters, this is no joking matter. These words he uttered reminded me about the right use of power. I want you to live by understanding that. You see, when you go to the polls and you put the X by somebody's name, you are vesting in them a tremendous amount of power. Power to do good or power to do bad. That's why I shuddered at the words when the gentleman said, he will make me pay. You know, the Labour Party knows a thing or two about making people pay. Because St. Lucia has paid a whole lot for Labour Party's policies. I hear about Rochamel, Bloom Cooper, Grindberg, Frenwall, and the list goes on. So yes, you know a few things about making people pay. And jokingly, he said he won't take it to the courts. You know, this is a legal luminary, I suppose, who should have a bias towards the courts. He's not going to give me my day in court. So I wonder what is it he's going to do to Tommy Descott. But someone called me and said, you know, he doesn't like long cases. It's brief cases, so that's why he ain't going to take me to court. He doesn't like long cases, it's brief cases. And that's going to be a long case. Our police force, my brothers and sisters, is paying a hefty price for Kenny Anthony's actions. The impacts report and the lay law. Kenny, you have to answer to that. When Labour Party gives away our ports to GPH, and you ask me to watch my tongue, but you selectively watch your tongue. When your party sold our ports, you know a thing or two about making St. Lucia pay. And the fiasco with our passports and the erosion of our diplomatic relationships, for me, is a committing of treason and it's an act of terrorism. You ain't no better than Al-Qaeda and Boko Haram. That's what you see, we do not have an international airport here now in this country in Viewfort because Kenny Anthony stopped the project. May I remind you, sir? You see, now we have the politicization of every institution in this country. SSDF, I warned you a couple days ago that they have weaponized the SSDF. An institution that is supposed to alleviate the poor has become an extension of the Labour Party. And don't ask for the NLA. Don't ask for the NLA. Marcella's opponent, I'm hearing that he's amassed resources that cannot be explained. But I will say to you, the portfolio of Minister of Youth is a very serious portfolio. Because you have an entire generation looking up to you, and you are formulating policies to impact their lives. And if you cannot explain the wealth that you have, then what do you expect the young men on the block to do? What do you expect them to do? So, if I were him, what I would do, I would develop a course on how to get rich quick. And I would pay top dollar to go and listen to that course. Teach our young people how to get rich quick in this country. My brothers and sisters, these words had me to think about the right brand of politics that we should be practicing in our country. You know, now we've seen a media that has been captured by the Labour Party. A media that is captured by the Labour Party. We no longer have independent news agencies in our country anymore. And this is a party that prides itself on accountability and transparency. You see, my concern is, will the gentleman call the U.S. Embassy and ask them to revoke my visa? Because he said he's not going to deal with me in the courts. Will he deploy a widespread smear campaign on Tommy Descott? Or will he call regional institutions to say, never employ this young man again? This is the nature of the Labour Party that we are dealing with. No scruples. So my brothers and sisters, as I canvass my community, I increasingly hear them ask me about Alan Chasney and Guy Joseph. My response to them is simple. If you can explain why Richard and King is seated in a Labour cabinet, then I should respond to you. That's the question. These words he uttered had me thinking about the right mix of policies in our country. We see now they are giving 5 here, 5 there, 5 everywhere. We have a prime minister who's fixated with the number 5. $5 to block a hole, 500 there, 500 there. So now I figure out why he will not slate 17 candidates. It's 15 because of that fixation he have for 5. You see, their policies of handouts is not handouts, it's handcuffs, my brothers and sisters. It's not handouts, it's handcuffs. And I will do the research from 1997 until now. All of the social programs, we will quantify it. And poverty has not gone down in our country over this period. Because these were not meant to alleviate the poor. It was there to buy political favoritism. That is a Labour Party for you, my brothers and sisters. And that's why I stand with Alan Michael Chasney with his 7 SOS plan. All of these policies deal with the fundamental issues that St. Lucians face. The cost of living crisis in our country. People cannot purchase food in our country. People are food insecure in this country. And Philippe J. Pierre lowers or removes or exempt, whatever he calls it, 45 items, not 70, 45 items. He keeps the bus fares, the fuel price, sorry, at $16, artificially high. And now we can now have all kind of rallies after rallies after rallies. But don't be fooled by these rallies, you know. While I was coming here, somebody called me and I see plenty of hats in a garbage bin. Plenty of labor hats in a garbage bin. It is your tax money. It's your tax money. I'm telling you, my brothers and sisters. And when Titus said the first thing the Labour Party did was to amend the legislation, the National Economic Fund, I knew what was coming. That they will take our CIP money and weaponize it against us. And they're going to use it for elections. But we will audit. We will audit it. We will audit it, my brothers and sisters. The command by Kenny Anthony had me to think about what right leadership is. You know, it was Kenny Anthony who commissioned the National Vision Commission. And is the same man who disbanded it. That's why nothing could have gone right under a Labour administration. You know, the Labour Party has not had to deal with any major shock during any of their terms. UWP had to deal with Thomas, the global financial crisis. They had to deal with COVID. But you know, the biggest shock to the Labour Party was the Labour Party itself. So my brothers and sisters, I have been asked to wind down. You know, I want to big up Alan Michael Chasney and Guy Joseph, whom I consider to be the Joshuas and Calebs of our political organization. Because Sir John took us through the Red Sea, and you will have to take us to the promised land, my brother. You will have to take us to the promised land. Now, we have right leadership and we have a right team. We have the best team. I won't call them out tonight. But in closing, my brothers and sisters, I want to tell you, our cause is a righteous cause. I'm excited to be part of a political organization of righteous men and women, God-fearing men and women. And I know with God on our side, we will win this election.
Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man them. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man them ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell. Ring the bell. Ring the bell. Tell them fellas ring the bell. Tell them man them ring the bell. Tell them party ring the bell.
So I want you to know, my brothers and sisters, when all is done and the dust is settled, you and I will be on the right side of history. So I call on all St. Lucians to make the right decision. Make the right choice. Put St. Lucia back into the hands of Alan Michael Chasney. Put our country back on the right path. My brothers and sisters, thank you. God bless St. Lucia. God bless the United Workers' Party. God bless our great political party. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tommy. Ladies and gentlemen, before you leave, we're going to play our closing song, Lean on Me. I want to acknowledge the presence of the Castries Central candidate, Rush Clark, who just came from a youth activity and is with us.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride if I have faith. You need to borrow, for no one can fill those of your needs that you won't let show. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. If there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to sincerely thank you for coming out tonight. I want to ask that you come out again tomorrow and next Sunday. I want to thank those of you in the diaspora who have religiously and committedly followed us. I want to thank those of you around St. Lucia who was following us on live stream. Please get home safely, ladies and gentlemen, and stay with the United Workers' Party, the party that you can lean on, because we need to save our St. Lucia. Thank you and good night.
For years, families in the south have been forced to pay for dam dredging at the John Compton Dam, even though they don't receive a drop of water from it. That injustice ends when the United Workers' Party returns to office. We will remove the dam dredging fee for southern residents, because you should never have to pay for a service you don't receive. Fairness, justice, respect for every St. Lucian, no matter where you live. Let's save our St. Lucia. Together, we will right the wrong.
St. Lucia, listen closely. The winds of change are calling. Our people deserve more than struggle. We deserve a future built on dignity, fairness, and hope. Universal health insurance, so no one is left behind. Free tertiary education, so every dream has a chance to soar. Lower fuel prices and removal of unfair levies, so families can breathe easier. Safer borders and stronger communities, so our children grow up free from fear. Pensions for banana farmers, so those who have fed us finally receive justice. And fairness for the South, no more paying for water you don't receive. This is not just a plan, it is a promise.